Uhuru, Uhuru, comrades, sisters and brothers, Africans, friends, and all others. We would like to welcome you to the fourth day of this amazing, powerful second plenary of the 7th Congress of the African People's Socialist Party 2021. This has been amazing, electrifying, just short of, not short of anything, just amazing. We would like to salute our chairman, the powerful leadership.
Uhuru Chairman.
Uhuru Chairman. We would like to salute the powerful leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela. This brother is just amazing. The contributions that he has made to this struggle is extraordinary. This is extraordinary brother, extraordinary revolutionary, extraordinary guy. We would like to also salute the deputy chair, Owner Zane Yeshitela, whose work to revitalize Uhuru DC, whose work to revitalize the economics and welfare of the African community has been just truly amazing. And we like to salute the National Central Committee and all of you who have participated in this extraordinary plenary. If you are just joining us or haven't had a chance to make your 2021 pledge, you can contribute to the foundation of a liberated African anti-colonial economy by donating today. Go to apspuhuru.org/pledge. That's apspuhuru.org/pledge or call 727-821-6620. To use the Zoom translation feature, please click on the globe icon that you see on the bottom right of the Zoom window. And we would just like to salute the brother who has been doing these translations from French to English, Brother Shaboy. This brother has been amazing, and we appreciate you so much, brother. We have a short video about Chairman Shaboy.
Pour utiliser la fonction de traduction Zoom, veuillez cliquer sur l'icône du globe que vous voyez en bas à droite de la fenêtre Zoom.
Thank you, S.G. Luigi, I'm sorry. We had an amazing day yesterday and more today. The day is going to be even more amazing. We're going to continue this. We're going to vanguard up. Yesterday, we had powerful workshops, chants, vanguard up, Africans of the world unite and organize, ease way left through, Africa. We want to salute our party and African Socialist International comrades who are participating in this plenary from many time zones and countries in Africa, Europe, the Caribbean, as well as here in the United States. I'm going to bring on the maestro of the Uhuru movement, Ilikia Ngoma, to lead the African Nation fight song.
Come on, Ilikia.
Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you, comrades Abdullah and Malika for this introduction. So today is the last day of our plenary, which means that this is the last day we'll be presenting the song, but not the last time, okay? So this is the African Nation Fight Song, an original song of the African People's Socialist Party created under the leadership of our chairman, Omali Yeshitela, as well as a lot of the lyrical construction direction by S.G. Luwezi Kinshasa. And this is a demo version, but in this version, you will see that we really uphold the African nation as one single entity, as one African nation. We uphold the red, black, and green flag created by Marcus Garvey 101 years ago now. And through his Universal Negro Improvement Association organization, which united between 6 and 11 million African people in his time. We uphold the African Revolution of Haiti, or the Haitian Revolution, and Jean-Jacques Dessalines, who presented a slogan that says "Coupe tête, boule caille," which means cut heads, burn houses. We talk about the need for African workers to unite against this parasitic capitalist social system. We also remind ourselves that we are winning because we are winning. So right now on your screens will be a version that you can hear the melody and read the words so that you can learn it as we perform it. Uhuru.
Izwele tui Africa. We are winning. Shout uhuru for our freedom. We are winning. We'll dance and sing songs when revolutions won. We are winning. Africa's best daughters and sons. We are winning. Long live the liberation of our
Uhuru. Thank you, Alikia. Thank you. Hope you all enjoyed that. I mean, if you all didn't know it, you know it now. The revolution has a sound, and you just heard it right there. And so it's a sound. So drop it in the chat. We are winning. So now we're going to move on, and it is my honor to bring up the African People's Socialist Party National Director of Organization, and he's going to be giving his report on the shield security within the party. Uhuru, Comrade Director.
Uhuru. Thank you, Malika. I want to give a shout out and a salute to Chairman Omali Shatella, the Deputy Chair Ona Zanae Shatella, all the members of the Central Committee, Secretary General Wezi Kinshasa, and Chairman Tafari Gary in Africa, and all the members of the African Socialist International and the NCC of the African People's Socialist Party in the United States. So before I start, I want to just say that security is one of the most important things that we have to do, not just for our organization, but for our whole community. The world as it exists right now is extremely dangerous for African people. It's a dangerous world, but it's a good time as well. As we see on January 6th, when white people stormed the Capitol, white people are up in arms. And when that happens, you know what that means for African people, because the blame and for all the troubles of white people were always being put forth as on the shoulders of African people. So in many ways, they are extensions of the state. In this instance, they attacked the state, but in a lot of ways, we know that they were not trying to end capitalism, end the oppression of African people. They were just upset about Donald Trump. They didn't seem to be too clear about what they were going to do if they succeeded. But we know that these kind of forces, these kind of white nationalist forces, can be extremely dangerous. The U.S. was founded on genocide and attacks on the native people. So the state was born as a white power state and born as a colonial capitalist state. So we know that we have to be vigilant as a party, as an organization, as a revolutionary organization, trying to end the colonial domination of African people. We are always going to be a target. And just like the Black Panthers were a target, just like Huey P. Newton, just like Marcus Garvey was a target, African people who stand up and resist colonial domination are going to be targets. So security is something that we have to have deeply ingrained in the hearts and minds of the Revolutionary Party of the African working class. Next slide. So this particular training is just sort of a basic training and understanding of the need to be security conscious. We're not going to go into a lot of deep issues about security, but there are some basic things that you probably didn't think of before. And in a weakened colonial capitalism, capitalism is still engaged in drone strikes in the so-called Middle East and Africa. U.S. police agencies murder Africans with impunity daily. Next slide. So the living conditions of for the African masses continue to degenerate as colonial gentrification policies attack Africans worldwide. Symptoms of colonialism bring the viciousness of the system into bold relief. Imperialism is in crisis everywhere. We know it is because when you see white people storming the Capitol, what is next? The white people's house. So we know it's the white people's government and they're attacking it. It's in crisis. The presidency of Donald Trump represented part of that crisis in the insurrection targeting the Capitol, ceaseless wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, and other parts of the Middle East, all symptoms of imperialist crisis. When the system is in crisis, we don't accept that as our crisis, but we do come under attack. Of course, the attack on African people has been going on for some 400 years. So when it's in crisis, it strikes out against its enemies. And clearly, African people have been the main enemy of colonial capitalism since we were brought here. Next slide. We are enemies of the state. And when we say state in this instance, we're not talking about state of Florida, state of Missouri, state of Georgia. We are talking about state, that institution of coercion that can make us do what we don't necessarily want to do. And it's an institution of coercion for class rule. And in this instance, in the United States, in Africa, in Europe, that class rule is the bourgeoisie. And in Africa, of course, the neo-colonialist is white power in blackface. But that state apparatus, the army, the courts, the police, that state apparatus is extremely dangerous to the African people because that's what stands between us and our freedom and total liberation of Africa. So just remember to expect these attacks from the state because we believe we're enemies of the state, and the state understands that as well. Next slide. We are a revolutionary party. We're the revolutionary vanguard party of the African working class. And we've almost been in existence for 50 years of resistance and struggle. Therefore, we have to operate with the knowledge that more than likely the state is aware of us. We're not going under the radar anymore. They are quite aware of us. The chairman talked about in his political report all the accomplishments of the party and the work that we're going to be doing. That you can believe the state is quite aware of that. As a matter of fact, during our Congress, the 7th Congress, the police showed up at our door talking about our red, black, and green flag. So if they concerned about a red, black, and green flag, you know they must be concerned about all the work that we're doing all over the world. So, and as it was with Martin Luther King and Malcolm, their movements were infiltrated and thereby weakened. Such intervention of state powers ultimately resulted in their deaths. It is widely used tactic of affairs to discover as much information as possible about people or organizations of interest to the government. And when we say interest to the government, they've decided who the enemies of the state are. And we're one of them. So we're going to be talking about how you become more security conscious, some of the things that you should do and some of the things you don't do as an organization, as even an individual. And we're going to talk some about security for women as well. Next. I want to talk a little bit about organization security. So these are some of the do's. Develop a security plan for all meetings, events, travel. This plan should account for security inside and outside the venue and securing of principals, our leaders, guest speakers when necessary. Do employ security metal detection wands at the door during events and meetings. Purchase a wand for your area. Is more than if necessary, it is necessary. And remember what I said at the beginning, we are living in very dangerous times. So don't just assume that everybody coming to your meeting is coming there for the purposes of hearing the speaker, engaging in the event. So brief your audience on the reasons we use metal detection, and on the reason we have security. And when people are entering our events and meetings, make sure someone is assigned to secure the sign-in sheets at an event. Sign-in sheets are really important. This is can be a real target for the state, target for people who have nefarious intentions on our movement, on our organizations. So we have to be clear. We have to secure those sign-in sheets and make sure that we are trying to detect metal and weapons on anybody coming in. By the way, we've started to deploy a very simple method. When somebody comes into the room, into the venue, we ask them, do they have weapons on them? To our surprise, most people that have weapons on them will say yeah. And we tell them they have to disarm themselves. They can check in their weapons, but we have to make sure that we're doing metal detection at all our events. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. Security is within democratic centralism. The APSB organizational principle of democratic centralism, when operating properly, actually works as a security measure. So democratic centralism, when it's functioning, and make sure that we are following our policies, the lower bodies adhere to the directions of the higher bodies, and we make sure that all our policies and protocols are being followed. And when people don't do that, democratic centralism, one, it helps to weed out forces who cannot follow the discipline and policy of the party, and helps to identify possible security threats when our policies, procedures, and discipline are violated. Agents ultimately will not help us carry out our objectives. The likelihood of discovering such agents becomes greater when democratic centralism is in the DNA of the party. And I just want to say one other thing. I have discovered agents in our movement before, and I discovered them through people in the community telling me that this was an agent. Now, what that means to you is that we have to continue our work in the communities, knocking on people's doors, carrying out our program, bringing people to our meetings. Of course, when we can safely do that after this COVID thing is under control. But the security, our best security, is in the people. The people's loyalty to us, the people's adherence, and when we help people understand what the organization is about, what we believe in, and they believe in it, that's our best security. So agents have been exposed 9 times out of 10 by people in the community actually exposing those agents. So just remember, the best security in the world is an organized African community. Next slide. What we must understand about encounters with the FBI and other federal agents. So this is one of the things we have to do. Remember, agents are trained investigators. Their approach may be subtle, inquisitive, probing, Sometimes they just act like nice guys. Well, we're just, here to, just kind of trying to shoot the crap with you. And then to get information they need, they use persuasion, threats to get a warrant or subpoena, or intimidation. So we have to remember that this is not some kind of verbal jousting that we get into with federal agents. We don't want to get into this kind of back and forth with them. What we want to do is get them away from our doors. I don't want to talk to you. Get away from my door. Next slide. Next slide. So don't be intimidated. Just tell them to get away from your door. You don't want to talk. Don't be manipulated by threats or assurances. Sometimes they'll threaten, I'll just get a warrant and come back. Well, you do that, but get away from my door. So if you decide that you're going to talk to them, that's necessary, do not do it without an attorney present. You must have your lawyer present. Anything you say can be used against you and others. And you've heard many times on television, the police will say, anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law, and they read you what they call Miranda rights. When the police say you don't have to talk to me and you can be quiet, use that. You have the right to be quiet, because you don't want to give them any information. So you cannot be forced to reveal any self-incriminating information. You can't be forced to reveal any information. That's why you be quiet. Lying to a federal officer is a real crime. That's why you don't talk to them. It's a real crime under their laws. So you have to be aware that this verbal jostling, going back and forth with the police and lying to them, could lead to an actual charge. That's a federal offense. You don't want to get involved in that. Don't fall victim to the temptation to try and outsmart them, out-talk them, or use sarcasm. They are gathering intelligence. They are trained agents. They're gathering intelligence. No matter what you say, they learn something from that. So you have to be very careful. And the last point on this particular slide is in all capitals. Don't talk to them, period. Don't talk to them. That's how you avoid getting into these traps. Next slide. So sometimes you can be contacted by other means other than physical contact or showing up at your door. Not all contact is face-to-face. Other methods of contact that agents might use are they might call you on the phone. You might send you a text message. They might use social media, instant messaging. The same basic rules apply. If an agent uses any of the above, you do not have to speak to any agent who might contact you. They may say you are not a part of any investigation. This may be true and it may not. If any law enforcement calls you, just hang up. You are not obligated to talk to them. Remember that. They like to scare people and say, well, I'll get a warrant, I'll come to your house. Well, do that after I hang up on you. So you hang up on them. You do not have to talk to them. I can't say that enough. We have actually had experiences where people talk to the police, not only talk to the police, they wrote statements, incriminating statements, and it got them locked up. So you don't want to do that. Don't try to outsmart them. Don't try to out-talk them. Be quiet. Next slide. So you try to document these encounters with federal agents. Get the agent's name, telephone number, and agency, and then be quiet. Get away from my door. So write down as many details about the interaction. Was it what they claim was the reason for the visit? Was there a warrant to enter or search your home or business? And what questions were asked? Note any detail, no matter how insignificant. Take photos if necessary and look at damage to property. When they give you a warrant and they show you a warrant, you do not have to step outside. You can take that one, let them slide it under the door so you can read it first and make sure that you know what it says. It may be limited to specific rooms in the house, and that's where you want to make sure they stay. Because if they go outside of that, you're making notes of all of that, and you should say, look, this warrant says you can only go in the closet. That's where you need to be. Don't go in my kitchen. Don't go in any other part of my house. So you want to make sure that you're documenting these kind of encounters with federal agents. Next slide. So I want to introduce Corey Preston, who is one of our security personnel in the National Director of Organization. And he's going to be doing slides 13 through 17. Corey actually had some security experience before he came into the party. He's been very engaged in his training. He's going to be out of sponsorship sometime very soon. But I wanted Corey to get involved in this presentation. I want to welcome Corey Preston into the presentation. Corey, take it away.
Uhuru.
Uhuru, brother.
Thank you. Everything's working. Next slide. Police encounters. What you do traffic stops. Stay in your vehicle. The first thing they're going to be asking is for your ID. That's the first thing they're asking. You want to stay in your vehicle unless they ask you to step out. Don't answer any questions not to be asked, not asked. You're not in a situation to debating with the cops. Only the driver should be engaging with the police if there's passengers in the car. If you get in a ticket, just take the ticket and leave. If they're asking anything about searching the car, do not agree to a search of the car. Please remain calm at all the time. If the police read your rights, anticipate an arrest at that time. If you're alone, think of who you can call in case of an emergency. At that point, your passengers should be on the phone making some calls at that time if they're in the car with you. The objective is to end this encounter as quickly as possible. Next slide. Bicycle and pedestrian stops. This similar thing. The first thing they're going to be asking, show your ID. Don't ask questions they don't ask. Don't answer any questions not asked. That just ties up thing for you. If you've been asked if you've been detained or arrested, if the police say you're not being detained or arrested, then you're able to leave. You are able to leave. Take your ID and go. Check around, make sure you have witnesses or surroundings with cameras and well lit. There's something you need in your favor when you're encountering the police out in the open. Again, do not agree to a search of your person. You might have to say it over and over again till they get it. But you have to say it so that they can hear it, your witness can hear it, anyone around can hear it. But remain calm throughout this whole ordeal. We all know what happens when we don't remain calm. It doesn't end right for us. Next slide. When the police come to your house, now things are a little different. You get to ask them for their ID. Stay inside the door. Talk through a window. Do not open it. Do not let them in. If they have a warrant, that warrant has to have your house listing on it. or the place to be searched inside that house. If you can visually see that, then let them in. Only way you can see that, if they can slip that warrant under the door, open it up to a window or something so that you can read it, but do not open that door until that warrant's read by you or someone to know. If your name's on, then if you're being a subject of a warrant, then let them in. Next slide. Do not ask any questions throughout this here. Just remain quiet, remain calm. If you're being arrested, your rights may not be being read throughout that time. We know they just handcuff you and take you away. There's a lot of commotion going on. They don't read your rights. In theory, that can't be used in court, but somehow it makes its way through the courts. But make sure that you remain calm. Don't answer any questions unless they ask you, do you want a lawyer? At this point, I'd like to take it back to the National Director of Organization, Mr. Jim Rainey.
Next slide.
Next slide.
So I want to talk about some of the other issues concerning security. I want to thank Corey Preston for that, for his help on this particular presentation. Corey is going to be a great part of our security personnel. Next slide. So these are some things about securing your home. Keep your house in order so you can detect if things are missing or tampered with. That can also help you detect whether things are put there that weren't there when you left. So you want to know if something is put in your house, and you want to know if something is taken out. So the state certainly does all sorts of things to find out information, carry out surveillance, including going into people's houses. So you want to make sure that you know what's missing and what has been placed there and that you didn't know about before. So lock your doors when you leave. You're not living in Mayberry, so you make sure that you lock your doors when you leave. Install an alarm if at all possible. If you have the resources to do that, make sure you install an alarm. Also, talk to your neighbors about keeping an eye out. So that's helpful as well. Also, you might want to, if you like dogs, you might want to get a dog that is effective at being a guard dog. So make sure your door has a peephole. You want to see who is at your door before you open it. So make sure your door has a peephole. Keep small valuables in inconspicuous places. For example, jewelry in the refrigerator. So don't keep your valuables in a jewelry box on your dresser. That's pretty obvious. So this is certainly something against that you can avoid being the victim of a robbery. But remember, all these other points are also talking about possible intervention by the state by entering your house. Next slide. Social media. I really want to express deep appreciation to Comrade Director of Agitation and Propaganda, Akile Yanai. She talked a lot about social media yesterday and the social media protocols and some of the things that we're still discussing. But these are some things that you should take to heart in your social media life.
Uhuru, 15 minutes.
Uhuru, do not use social media to disclose your location or your family members' locations. Don't get involved in subjective tirades, arguments, and debates on social media. Comrade Akila was very explicit about that. We're not using social media as some kind of internet fight. We use it for political reasons. Keep your emotional state to yourself. The world does not need to know that you're sad, depressed, lonely, and in love. Keep it to yourself. Tell the person that you're in love with, tell them in person. Don't tell them for the whole world to see that. Because when the whole world is looking at it, the police are looking at it too. They scour social media and monitor social media accounts on a regular basis. I know of somebody who got arrested for having a firearm, but they were using toy guns in a video. They got arrested. The police monitor social media on a regular basis. Next slide. This is really good information for women, and we thought it was really important to talk about safety for women specifically. You want to be aware of your surroundings when you're walking to your car, walking in the house, stopped at a traffic light. So you just look around, just keep looking around to see what's in the area. The element of surprise is a common tool of an attacker. Stay always on the alert. That's number one in our basic security training, is staying always on the alert. So staying on the alert is really important. I know this might sound like something that's against your grain, but carrying a purse can be dangerous. Carrying what you need in a pocket-sized wallet makes you a lot less inviting target. When people want to snatch purses, they don't usually say, I wonder if the person's got something in their pocket. But if they see this big bag on your shoulder, it has a target around it. You should avoid it if you can. Carrying purses can be a dangerous thing. In an attack, you want to run, make noise, cause commotion, even if you have to break a window to get somebody to take notice. That's one of your first options. You should never, and I repeat, never, get in the car with a subject trying to force you to leave with them. You do not want to get in the car and leave with them. You want to fight back. I repeat that. You want to fight back. Go for the eyes first. Use your keys or any other hard or sharp object to defend yourself. And when you're coming to your car, get in what I call fighting position. Put your keys between your fingers so they're protruding from between your fingers. So you're being prepared for any possible attack before it occurs. Like I said, the element of surprise, that's what can get you overcome very quickly. So you want to be in fighting position, looking at your surroundings, being aware of your surroundings, even as you walk to your car, even walking out of the house. Next slide. Next slide. In the event you are attacked, security must be based on awareness of our surroundings, diligence to security protocols and training. In the struggle against imperialism, security has to become a vital part of our organization for African self-determination and total liberation. Uhuru. So these are just some of the security measures that we want to take, and we hope everybody got something out of it and took some notes, and we'll be doing lots of security training in the future. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you, Comrade Timuranga, for that presentation. And that is just like the APSP to have us on security alert, because revolution is we have to be security conscious. We have some questions that came in, so we're going to open this up for discussion, and you can make sure that you drop your questions in the chat and we'll read them right here. But Chimbringa, the first question comes from Comrade Diop, and he's asking, do these principles apply only to FBI and federal agents, or is it all law enforcement officers?
Well, I assume he's talking about the principle of not talking if you're approached or somebody comes to your house and identified himself in law enforcement. Yeah, it goes for all of them. But that's why we talked about police encounters. It's the same process. You don't talk to the police. You need to have a lawyer. If you're going to decide to talk to the police, you need to have a lawyer present when you do that. When they say you got the right to remain silent, you exercise that right. They're not telling you that for no reason, right? But some people hear it and they ignore it. In my experience, the greatest problem that I see with police encounters is people trying to tell their side of the story. No, you don't have a side of the story. Your lawyer tells your side of the story. Like, oh, just tell us your side of the story. Yeah, they're telling you to tell them your side of the story so they can now take you to jail because you just confessed.
That's right.
So you have to be quiet.
Make it plain.
I'm not talking to you. I don't care if they say, okay, you're under arrest. Well, I'm under arrest then. But do not talk to them.
Comrade Hennett from Bermuda asked, he says, should we consider moving our chats to Telegram or Signal? Facebook has told us WhatsApp is not secure as it was, that they will share, sell, and view our information. That's a critical thing right there.
Well, I think one of the things that we got to do is start looking at creating our own platforms. I think we have to do that in a serious way. Facebook, in my opinion, is the police. That's just like handing the information to the police. Facebook is monitored on a regular basis by both local and federal authorities. On a regular basis, they do it every day. They have people assigned to that. And I'm not telling you what I don't know. I mean, is people right there in Pinellas County where I live at, they have units that monitor people and they arrest people for things that they see on the internet, on social media. So we have to be looking in a serious way at upping our technology so we can create our own platforms, secure platforms, using encryption in our emails, all kinds of things that we have to do. We're not there yet, but we have to get there.
We have several questions that are coming along the same line because Comrade Halima says it's very helpful, and this is what Kitty says as well. They want to know, can they get these PowerPoints by email? That this presentation has been so helpful, and so will all the units be able to get a copy? And we got a security conference too that we're talking about coming up in May.
Yeah, we do, and we can give this to all the units. The units can, we'll certainly make this available to them. I did see something in the chat, and I'm glad the chairman brought this to my attention in terms of international security and particularly travel. When you're traveling, make sure that everybody knows where you're going, what time you're going to arrive. International travel can be really tricky, particularly when you're stopped at these borders, stopped by Homeland Security, stopped by security on the other end. Don't start giving a bunch of information they don't ask. If you're asked to identify yourself, do that. But at these airports, coming into the country or going out of the country, you have to be really careful about how you're traveling. It's probably not a good idea to have a lot of political stuff in your bag. If you're going to conferences, depending on where you're going, we have to be. I was stopped by Homeland Security and questioned for about an hour. I had so much party material in my bag, I couldn't hardly tote it. And it was quite an interesting experience there. So international travel can be quite a security experience. And we know people have been turned around from going to conferences. And we have to fight against these kind of draconian laws that stop people from coming to a conference just because, you know, it's about freedom for African people. I know that happened at one of the ASI conferences in London. They got to the airport and they never got to that conference. They said, oh, I'm coming to a conference. That's all the authorities need to hear in London. And they turned them around. They held them there for about 8 hours and flew them back to Africa. So we have to really be clear that we are at war, and the war is international. So if that's the case, then we have to secure ourselves internationally. Have it clear what you're supposed to say at the airport. I mean, be clear about that before you get there, about what it is you're going to say. I mean, the kind of questioning they take you through, they're looking at a computer saying, this is how many times this person has been in this country. And they're basing that off of because they recorded all this information. So we have to be careful about what we say, why we are entering a particular country, because you may not be able to enter that country. If you get a wrong answer, you might be turned around. That's quite possible. And then even coming back, I've been in a situation where the airline, British Airlines, cooperated with U.S. authorities to direct me to a specific airport in the United States. They changed my ticket and sent me to another airport so they could interrogate me. So all kinds of things are possible. These companies, they work as almost as agents of the state. So international travel is a particular concern, but I want the international forces to hear me what I'm saying. These things are not limited to the United States. What we're talking about, security is an international issue.
Comrade Director, we got a couple more questions. Kumba from St. Louis is asking. I'm sorry, Chairman.
I thought I heard the chairman.
Yeah, Comrade. I just, first of all, I think it's important for us to have this discussion, as Comrade Chimeringer said, especially right now, as the crisis of this social system deepens. And the truth of the matter is that all times African people are considered a security threat by the government. So you don't have to be in the party for that to be the case. That's why the police is in your community all the time. That's why roadblocks separates by the police from community to community all over the continent of Africa and various other places. So the African population is seen as a security problem. That's because of the nature of this relationship of exploitation. So in order to, we've said colonialism is inherently violent. Everything about it is violent. And that is violent all the time because they are trying to control the people who they're bleeding every day. And the reason that you have a public policy of police containment in St. Louis is because the government never plans to allow you to eat, live decent lives and stuff like that. In order to keep sucking your blood, pushing you out of your communities, they have to have a military force, the police. So violence is something that's there all the time, and being colonized is the most oppressive kind of relationship that you can have. So that happens to us all the time. But being the advanced detachment of the colonized means that just like it means that you're out in front. That's what advanced detachment means. That's what vanguard means. You're out in front. You're there trying to protect and lead the people to a certain place. So they would hit you and they would target you because it's strategic to target you because of what you might represent to bringing the rest of the people out of this colonial situation. So they want to make sure that people are forever leaderless, etc. So they make these attacks, various kinds of attacks. We don't have enough time to go through all of that. But one point I want to make that we should understand is that much of what Comrade Director of Organization put forth is U.S. centered. Because when he talks about what to do if the FBI comes, what to do if the police stop you, et cetera, that's true in the United States. And you can't say that's true in many of the places. Many of the places, the state looks and functions differently in many places where we are located. Chimaring is talking about what's supposed to be legal in the United States. There are things that might be legal in the United States that's illegal in other places. So the question of the state, we have to speak to some general of things and then say what we can specifically about different areas like the United States. There might be a different situation, obviously, in Haiti. You wouldn't have the same security protocols in Haiti that you would have here. You might have them in St. Louis, the same security protocols. But the point is that there's a basic security understanding and alertness that is required. And most of the people do not think of security like that all the time, or most of the time. They think about it, but they don't reflect on it in this way because the police is there all the time. Africans understand certain things about security. I remember on one occasion when Chimaring, I think, may have been there. Comrade Diop, I think, may have been there when the police arrested Diop in St. Petersburg, Florida, for riding on the wrong side of the street on a bicycle. And there's a confrontation that happened there, and the police are all out there, members of the party all out there struggling, what have you. And then this car comes up, and this car was driving around, and the police, in their excitement, one of the cop cars ran into the other car. And so I'm sympathetic. I'm trying to get this guy. Okay, the police hit you. Now you can join with us in condemning the police. And the sister on the side of the street saying that this guy was some kind of a decoy cop. This guy was a cop too. He was uncovered and they were running around. Yes, the marked car hit him, but this guy was advanced force for the police too. The people understand security, don't they, Comrade? The people understand that. And so we have a deep and profound relationship to people. The people tell you, hey, I saw somebody strange walking around the Uhura House. They would tell us that depending on the relationship we have with the police. And people have actually come looking for us and they say, where's the Uhura House? People say, I don't know. If they should know, they would know. If they ask a question, that means that they're interlopers and things like that. So the people, can be relied on for an element of security, and we have to be aware of that. But there are other protocols and things that we have to be aware of too. So the main point I want to make here is that one, that the state is always there. That's what colonialism is. That's why white people say, well, you must have done something wrong because when the police hit us, they do different. They act a whole different relationship. Colonialism requires that. And the other thing I just think is really important is that we got to learn that when we're talking to the African, to Africa, we're talking to Africa, not just to Africans who live in the United States, where the colonial state acts and looks a certain way and they one thing that makes us say, let's go have our Congress in South Africa is because in South Africa, where the white people were, the colonial expression of the state is sometimes differently in their basic bourgeois rights that might be prevalent there that you won't find in some parts of Africa. There's some parts of Africa where it used to be anyway that if the police arrested you and they'd take you down to the basement or some other place to torture you and the president would come down and help them. But this instance, and like there's this facade of democracy in some aspects of like South Africa, because the state had lost some of its shared some of its obvious colonial character. So we want to talk about this, and we can speak to specifics, but we have to be clear, that we're speaking to the whole international African community. I want to thank you, Comrade Chimaring, for bringing this discussion to us, because everybody should be security conscious. Many people are new to political life, have no understanding, no experience with how the state attacked our movement, how we oppose the gossip. There's so many other things that we will talk about moving forward. We don't talk about now because we don't gossip. And some people are distressed with me from time to time because they'll start gossiping and I just roll my eyes because they're gossiping about somebody we don't like, right? The thing is that you can't go there. That's how the state works. They will get you involved in that kind of stuff, and it's extremely problematic. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah.
Uhuru,
Just a quick one. I appreciate the discussion and the reports coming from Director Chimareng Selembao. Just a couple of things. When people are traveling, our UNEFO chairman says, is wider than where we are now. But when you're traveling, for example, the comrades coming to meet you at the airport, they have to be on time. That's really, really important. But also, if you're traveling, people come to talk to you. You don't know who they are. You don't have to engage in a conversation people don't know. Particularly someone who wants to go to the toilet, want to leave a bag with you. Yeah. It happened to me twice recently. And the first time I thought, that person was crazy. She asked me if I can take something for her son in Paris. I'm in London, what do you call it, where they get the fast train. I found it just unbelievable that someone will come to you and give you a packet to give to her son. You don't even know the person he is. And it was clear to me that was the police. I don't really want to talk to the woman. Just get away from me. And I was coming from the US last night at the airport. Another woman came and she wouldn't go to the loo, but she was sitting quietly. And then she came to me if I can look after a suitcase. I can't do that. I don't know who you are. Take your suitcase to the toilet. I'm not looking after anybody's suitcase at the airport. So you could be a kind person and you extend your kindness because the person looks like you. It could be an old African or, old African lady. No, if I don't know you, I don't get anything from anybody at the airport or train station anywhere. I just don't do that. Yes, sir.
Uhuru SUAZ, thank you so much. We have a couple of other questions that have come in. One is from Comrade Kumba, who is here in St. Louis, and he's asking, what are some security measures that can be used when doing outreach, and especially when we have one member that's located in a specific area?
Well, the best kind of outreach is the outreach that's done in groups. So a minimum of 2 people going out to do outreach is usually what we require. When you're going to a door, for example, you're doing a drop, one person is on one side of the street, the other person is on the other side of the street. When those people finish that house, they put the piece of literature on the door. They come back out to the sidewalk. They see the other person across the street. Now, if you don't see them, that's a problem because we don't go into people, even when they say, come in. Your natural instinct sort of is to walk in the door, but you can't do that because you don't know what's behind that door. Now, Malika is laughing because I always talk about with walking through doors. But Malika, I had the experience one time. This was probably 20 years ago. I was at somebody's house passing out literature, and they said, "Come in." And I took one step in the door, and I knew I had made a mistake. And I immediately started looking around to see what was in that house. Because there's rooms in there. I don't know who's in there. I stepped back out very quickly. But that was a serious mistake. Because other people doing outreach out there, they couldn't see me. I was inside somebody's house. So you have to be able to see your partner. You keep what we call line of sight. So you always know where your partner is. If you lose line of sight, then you have to get them on the phone, start calling them. If you can't get them on the phone, you have to call the the person coordinating the outreach so we can put out a search and find where that person went. But you should never lose sight of the person who is doing outreach with you, because that's a serious problem. We don't go in people's houses. That's an even bigger problem. I know a lot of people are friendly and they want you to just come on, step inside. No, if you can just step outside, I'd appreciate it. So, be kind, and polite, but you don't want to step in people's houses.
Thank you. And thank you for the lesson of the doors. So we don't fear doors, but we know we got to check out the doors before we go through them.
Yeah, right.
Here's another question from Comrade Paul on Zoom, and it says, when checking people in at meetings and events, wouldn't checking ID be a certification process? Otherwise, agents can write false names and information.
Well, you can also get false IDs. So because I don't think an agent would necessarily always come with an ID that's their actual ID. While we don't go to that extent and check every ID, we do believe our primary responsibility is to make sure that nobody is armed coming into a meeting. So that's why we use metal detection. The person is signing in, we'll assume that's their name. Sometimes it's not. But if it's not their name, we know one thing for sure: they're not armed when they enter that door. Now, when somebody has, for example, a purse, we also check bags, and the security personnel just tells the person to open the bag and move the contents so they can see the bottom. Security personnel do not stick their hands down in the bag, and that's for a couple of reasons. One, there can be something sharp in the bottom of the bag and you don't know it. The person knows what's in the bag, you don't. So let them put their hands down in there so they can move the contents so you can see it. But no, we don't go to the extent of asking for IDs, but we do metal detection, and that's something to think about. However, right now we're just using metal detection as a primary way to avoid people coming into a meeting armed.
All right, we have time for, I'm sorry.
Uhuru, about 5 minutes of discussion left.
Okay, we have one more question here from Comrade Comita in Huntsville, and he says, how should we deal with the state when we are approached at demonstrations or hanging posters or doing other forms of outreach?
Well, I've been, in my experience, I've been stopped by the police when I was putting up posters, and I was in a rather bad mood that day. So I wasn't, he was like, oh, he was trying to be friendly. Oh, you can't do that. It's against the law. And I snapped at him. That was probably a bad idea because I did end up getting a ticket. But, you're trying to end the encounter. That's generally speaking what you're trying to do. So if they're approaching you saying, oh, you can't put up posters, okay. You put your stuff up and you go to another location. You don't try to keep joining back and forth with the police. In most areas that I've been in, putting posters up on poles and that kind of stuff may be seen as some kind of local ordinance. It's a minor offense, but they might stop you for it and say don't do it. Sometimes they just ride right by. It's depending on who the cop is. But our objective in 99% of circumstances is to end that encounter. So if they're saying stop postering, you stop postering, put your stuff up in the car and go to the other side of town and then start postering again. So that's how I would say handle that.
Well, Comrade Chimarenga, this is a really, really hot topic. And so there are other questions that are coming in about how do we handle the press and, all of that.
Okay. They can email me. I may be able to answer some of those questions via email. You can email me at NDO, the letters NDO at apspuhuru.org. If I can answer your question, I will.
Well, let's see. We have, we can take maybe like one more. And it says, can you deepen the concept of people being our best security, referencing the Battle of St. Pete?
Yeah. In terms of the Battle of St. Pete, that was in reference to 1996, October 24, 1996, the rebellion in St. Petersburg, Florida, after the murder of 18-year-old Tyrone Lewis. That was a very harrowing experience because we had our meeting shortly after that murder, and the police came 300 deep. The people were going into the meeting, about 150 people in the meeting. We were attacked with tear gas. Eventually, as the chairman tried to get people to go out, tear gas started coming through the door. So we had to kind of wait to get people outside. But the people really served some great purposes in terms of trying to keep the police from burning down their warehouse, because they continued to shoot red hot tear gas canisters that continued to catch the bushes on fire behind the Uhuru House. The people would grab the bushes, burning bushes, and take them to the street. And every time they did it, they called them the ghost faces. And many of these young people were at war with the police. And while the police were at war with the advanced detachment attacking us, the people were fighting back. So part of that fight back was defensive, as the police would shoot these tear gas canisters that would catch the bushes on fire, and the people would move the bushes, just drag the bushes away from the Uhuru House. So that kind of deep connection with the masses is what's necessary, absolutely necessary, in the middle of this kind of armed engagement. A helicopter was brought down by gunfire from the people. They had to land, one deputy wounded. So it was an outright war going on. And the advanced detachment was in the Uhuru House trying to make a retreat. But it was a difficult time. But I think because of the bravery of the people and their belief in what we were doing, they really defended us. And that happens when you have that kind of deep connection, political connection, and social connection to the African community. That's what protects you.
Time.
Yeah.
Uhuru, Director Chimarenga, that was a profound report. It was very informative, and we'd like to thank the chairman also for his commentary, which is always astute. And like you said, it's the people who will protect you when they know that you're working for their best interest, that you love them, that you care about them, and you're about them, they'll be about you. So we appreciate that. And I want to apologize for mispronouncing Secretary General Luwezi Kinshassa's name. I've said that name 100 times, but stumbled over it today. But it is my great pleasure to introduce this brother coming up. He is a profound scholar. He follows the footsteps of the chairman. He's a great representative of the party. It is a great honor to the Secretary General of the African Socialist International to give his report on One Africa, One Nation, report from the African Socialist International by Secretary General Luwezi Kinshasa. Uhuru.
Comrade Abdullah and Comrade Malika. I recognize my name every time you call me, so you don't have to apologize. So I appreciate that, Comrade.
So before we go to the first slide, before we go to the next one, I just wanted to say these plenaries happening at a critical time. And I want to say a few things about that. So first of all, I would like to salute Chairman Omar Isela, the leader of the African Revolution, the leader of the African nation. And 100 years, since the adoption of the red and black and green flag. I think yesterday there was a handover of powerless, handover of powerless institution of OAU presidency from Ramaphosa to Tshisekedi. And it was an empty venue. And most of the neo-colonial leaders went to celebrate another neo-colonial president in another place, not in Ethiopia, in a different place. You have two celebrations at two different places. And I think this plenary is happening at the right time. So you have the uselessness, the decline, senseless OAU, the sellout AOU, and the rise of the African Revolution. So I didn't even know it was going to happen at the same time. So we are winning. That's how I saw it. And basically, Chairman Omar has been vindicated. Garvey has been vindicated by the rise of the African People's Socialist Party at this time. Next one, please. Yeah, I want to salute the incredible leadership of Deputy Chair Onazene Stella, because where else will you see an example of Africans, oppressed, colonized Africans preparing to govern? There is no example like what we saw yesterday. Really, truly a minister of African economy. I salute all the comrades in the Central Committee, all regional leaders, all mass organization leaders, all members of the African People's Socialist Party. And without forgetting veterans like Comrade Gaida and all the other people who have been in our party, will contribute to make this growth of African Socialist International a reality today. Next one. From 1981, Auckland Congress to 2021, virtual plenary. After over 40 years of relentless struggles against variant forms of opportunism, we are making a big leap forward for African revolution. The African working class has its own philosophy, party, and international stuff. And this is just show truth that it's just unbelievable. It seems like we're in 2021, but it's been a long process. All these battles, all these struggles that took place. The chairman being in and out of the United States. We, in Europe, we've been in many places. We've been in Africa, in and out. And today we begin to see really the concretization of all these efforts. Next slide, please. And here are just some examples how where we are today. It's a result of all this work, as I said in the previous slide, relentless struggles led by the chairman. We had the first ASI conference in Europe in 1999, and we had a succession of conferences, 2000, 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005, 2006, and you can see we introduced African Liberation Day in Paris, 2012, and you can see the chairman speaking at that conference in African Nation with Comrade Garega from London doing security there. And on the left, we have the bilingual band in French there. Next slide. And it was such developments every conference. Chairman introduced new things. The slogan "Touch One, Touch All" that is being used in many places throughout Europe today. But that's the first time I heard of that slogan. I think it was 1999. That's the picture. I'm not sure if it was the third or the second day of some of the attendees at that conference. Yes, next slide. And as I said in the beginning, carrying on the legacy of Marcus Garvey, we are succeeding in building the United African National Liberation Movement. There is nothing like this anywhere. Even my talk of Africa, of Garvey, anything they say, there is no united revolutionary working class movement with single philosophy as we're doing now. Next one, please. And as I mentioned, the question of economy, no organization has institutions like the party, over 50 institutions. We're not just winning the war of ideas, but we're winning the vision of the future. And we're also giving the people something to look towards, to see, to be a part of, or to contribute, to shape the world. And that's, what this Yona, as the head of economy of the emerging anti-colonial African nation, is doing. And you don't need sometimes to give people, a speech of 10 minutes, just give them 2-3 minutes of what this Yona is doing. And, they will get it. Self-reliance, key to national liberation. And there is no examples, like that. Yes. And so you can see how we're trying to occupy all space. You have the success of the election taking place in the US, in St. Louis, dynamic, leaders, Comrade Kalambai and Comrade Tishwara, just, competing for that space and taking it, we're going to take it, and volunteers, what to do with volunteers. So basically, we are basically opening all the doors possible, all the avenues possible for people to come to political life. And we have all these decisions in place. So this success in terms of organizations, and you add it to the success in terms of, ideology, philosophy, and then the organizational ability we're demonstrating is taking us to new places. When we say we're winning, there is a foundation for us to say that. So we're going to win in St. Louis. Or next one, please. And you can see where else people with skills can go and be part of a national liberation struggles. We have another avenue for them. They can join ABDEP. And parents, they can come to ABDEP because we also have programs for the youth they can do. So, and people can come to the party in many ways. So, as I said, we are opening all the avenues possible for everyone to unite with this growing Black Power movement. Next, please. Now, before our comments on this picture, we will remember the slogan of Marcus Garvey, Africa for Africans, those at home and those abroad. And we are in a situation now where all predators and the new predators, they're all in Africa. You have the US, Japanese, Chinese, India, Turkey, Israel, Russia, French, British, Germans, all these names, they all have military presence in Africa right now. This is another aspect. We are definitely in the months to come, we're going to say a lot about that because all the forces we want to leave off Africa, they are in Africa right now, and the battles taking already place. And this is the significance of the works being done in Africa. And we've been in Africa, as I said many times, in Sierra Leone, Ghana, Kenya, and we've been in South Africa many times. We worked with the youth of the PAC and so on. But it's only now that the vision of African Socialist International is being embraced and is being put on the ground. And we can see the change that is taking place now with the leadership of Comrade Director of the ASI Work in Africa, Tafari. So you can see this in Everton and with the comrades there. So I just want to salute the Director Tafari, Secretary General Asa, and the Independent President Kelly, and all these comrades, African working class, organizing and bringing the African working class occupied Tanzania to revolutionary political life. Next one, please. And we are definitely winning. We are winning. Our philosophy of African internationalism, developed by Chairman Omali Shitela, is winning. Is getting in the places, even new place where the party is not yet there, but soon we will be. In Europe, that's the case. We are not just in London or England or France, but we know we have supporters all over Europe, and this is the case also in Africa. This is the case also in North America, even where we are not yet present in the US or even Canada, but we know African internationalism is in the homes, neighborhood. People are watching and listening, trying to see how it really is, and that's what the plenary is so important. It's telling you, yeah, this is real. And so we are in Southern Africa. We are in Swaziland. We are in South Africa. We are in West Africa. We are Ivory Coast. We are in Chad. We are in Ghana. We are in Sierra Leone. We are in Nigeria. We are in East Africa. We are in Uganda. We are in Kenya. We are in Tanzania. And soon we will be in a new French-speaking country, but we will announce it when things are consolidated. But we are winning, every, on a regular basis. Next, please. We are in Europe, but as I mentioned before, and in Europe it's been really interesting. At one point, we were able to have the party in Belgium, in France, and of course in England, and in Germany. Before we experienced some losses, but we are working our way back in Europe. So of course we are in North America. That's where the center of the party is located. We are in the Caribbean. Anyone who watched yesterday's reports, you will have found out that we are in Bermuda, we are in Guadeloupe, we are in Bahamas, and this is going to grow. We're going to grow all of Ireland. So this is the party of the future. For anyone who is watching, you should have no doubts. This is the party of the future. Yes. Next slide, please. Yes. Of course. I already mentioned Guadeloupe, and that's why we have this slide saying "Une Afrique, une nation." It's one Africa, one nation. Yes, in Europe. Yes, thank you, Chairman. In Europe, we also had membership in Sweden, and we had also supporters in Denmark, Norway. So. It's like one step forwards, and then you make losses, but you come back 2 steps forward. But I'm confident that between now and the next plenary, we're going to be in more than where we are now. So we are growing. That's really one of the message I want to give through this first slide, that we are growing. We're doing very well. In the US, the Black Liberation Movement in the US brought back to revolutionary life under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. And this is what we want to emulate everywhere. And this was happening in South Africa, from where we intend to regain, control in rebuilding a new wave of revolutionary movement struggles throughout Africa. The same also is going to happen in Europe. And then before we move to other places like the Pacific Island, because we need to be in the Pacific Island, all those places where African nation is represented, India as well, and places like that. Next slide. These are a mass rally led by President Maduro. That is in Caracas, in Venezuela. It is a really interesting place to be, to see a president who's fighting for self-determination in opposition to the African president. Just, like the Ramaphosa, the Tshisekedi, the Kagame, with the difference just so profound. Because the president there is a part of the people. Just humble. You will tell who is the minister. Sometimes people have to tell you, no, this is the minister for foreign affairs. This minister, just like every other person next to you. It's not like the African president, Yes. Next slide, please. In fact, I should just pause a bit here before I go to this. Some of the things we did, but this basically is a part of responding to the work we have to do to fight the colonial corona virus. But I just want to quickly talk of the mandates, because I think I've gone through a lot of pictures. One of the thing we need to do, don't move this slide. One of the things that needs to be done from this office, just to build the office itself, that's really is a key part of the work. And I have not succeeded in doing that, and I have not been strategic in building this office, because the role of this office is more than what I can think of it. It's not exactly what I think of it, but what it is in the real world. The Office of Secretary General of the ASI has a certain role to play, a mandate to carry out, and all these mandates cannot be carried out if I don't have an office. So this has been really a failure for my part, and this is something I'm going to rectify before the end of the month. I think I have identified at least 2 people who will be working with me in this office. So we need to get everything done in the next 2 weeks. And because one of the job for my office is that I have to get all the protocols, the policies, everything basically that's come with that office. Now also in a relationship with the other offices, who like the director of organizations, the regional coordinators, and so we can be in the same path basically. So everyone is implementing, everyone is fighting for the protocols, the mandates, everything to be, and the policies of to be implemented. And the ASI office has to play, really a big role, active role in doing that. So the first thing to do is to rectify, have an office. And that's basically one thing I'm doing this month. I should not have any meeting without having an office. So that's one thing. Then we can carry on with this, because this is we're talking of something we have to do that emerged. By February, it was clear that maybe March, it was clear that there was a new biological warfare that's going on against our people. So we have intervened in many ways in London here. We did put some posters, People's War, but I struggle to get those pictures back from the Comrade in National Park. That's why I don't have them here. But here we went to different radios, just mobile TV, with first Dr. Ish and then with Director Fari. Just next, please. Yes, we are. Yeah, I did another program with Dr. Ish as well. And the benefit of this channel is that it connects you to Africans who are from Ivory Coast, and which is good. That's what we're trying to do, get everywhere. And we start having kind of people following us, recognizing us straight away from Ivory Coast. Yes, next, please. And well, one thing also part of the mandate is to spread African internationalism. And I spoke with the chairman at this Russian anti-globalization movement conference that was online due to coronavirus, and there was some struggles there. And I was glad to be there and to put the African internationalism, forward. So this is the convention I spoke to. Yes, next one. This is make Britain pay reparations. These are basically we spreading African internationalism because I'm confident we're going to win this battle. This is not a front. We have not yet consolidated that front of white solidarity by the question of a reparation for Belgium. Is really a profound question that strikes the chord. It reminds the world because of two reasons. One, the brutal assassination of Patrice Lumumba, and two, the cutting of hands by Leopold II of Africans in the Congo. These two are the other things, but these two are really, really profound. And then we can definitely open a new front in Belgium. So this is not, I can say, in anticipation of that. And also, basically, for those Africans who are watching this, it also helps us to intervene in the political struggle. What is the struggle is about, as opposed to just going to vote between 2 or 3 neo-colonial leaders in the Congo by the reparation. So bringing the anti-colonial struggle back. So it's really one we're spreading African internationalism. Next one, please. Yeah, this war against the genocide. This is when we say Africa is at war, particularly gave names of many countries who are right now at war, one way or the other in Africa, or preparing for war, or defending their interests militarily, like the Djibouti military bases, which sits at the entrance of the Suez Canal, not far from it, Red Sea, opposite Saudi Arabia. Controlling one of the most important trade routes, and you have a military base with 4 countries there: Japan, United States, France, and China. That's incredible. So the proxy wars, which are really, the main form of war U.S. is engaged in Africa. From Sudan with Museveni and all that, Congo, Somalia, and South Africa Republic right now. You have the Sahel, Niger, Mali, war is going on there. So war against genocide is just part of that war. The genocide caused by the U.S. war in our time, not a long time ago. So that's something we did in August, and it's a part of basically of winning people to have a African international view. Yes, next one, please. And this is our conference. That was we did an INPIDAM conference. So with the participation of Karambai, President Karambai and Director Fari, and myself and Krishinda. Next one, please. So this is our conference online, just like the INPIDAM conference we did online. That was in September. And summer was really good for us, I would say. We were able to do, we were trying to solve, as a part of a recruiting, basically. We're trying to use the summer from a demonstration coming at the back of George Floyd until basically September. We had a lot of contacts, tried to recruit a lot of people. We finally recruited some people, but it really, really was helpful. May to September. Next one, please. And also what we did here, we had another conference on our genocide and planned colonialism in the Congo with chairman of APSC and PNES. We also have a fundraiser. This was online. That's part of our struggle, basically, to use African history to not just to fundraise, but basically have an African internationalist view on the issue of Africa, to deny the Pan-Africans that space they're monopolized for a long time. We're going to do more things basically on that. Next one, please. Yeah, this conference we did. I participated in that one. I spoke at that one. March on the White House, Black Power Matters. Next one, please. And this is a conference that was what do you call it? Ask the Doctor series, organized by Dr. Aisha Field. And it was an interesting discussion. Should we take the vaccine or not with that Dr. Sierra? Yes, next, please. And this is part of spreading African internationalism. We've been doing this weekly. And I've learned quite a lot from doing this series, but it needs to be developed. It needs to be done in a way, listening to the reports from Director Akile. There are a lot of things we need to solve there. We need to have a team that can do all the work that needs to be done, so we can develop and move it to on another level, basically. Next, please. Yeah, I would say the same thing with these two. It needs to be developed. We need to be able to capture some of the key contradictions happening in Africa, so we can be the driving force helping Africa how to understand every colonial question across the Africa basin there. Yes, we're on the next one. Now, I mentioned some of the aspect of the mandate to build the office, and also to spread African internationalism. And of course, we also have to build the region. But for my office, basically, how I can, since I'm based here in Europe, one thing is to get the French bilingual publication. The work has to be done in coordination with the ICPOP department and the office of the chairman, so we can really get the quality of the work we need to do. I will have the benefits, so basically, of working with some of the new comrades who are really good, like in France. What I'm looking forward to, basically, is we should get the quotation published. We should get the Vanguard published all these this year, because we already have the translated copies. The only work that needs to be done is really a thorough proofreading, and I think the new comrades we have now, Carrie and David, party members, should help into that. So we're going to have these some of the things my office have to get the date, so they are put in the calendar, and then we stick to that. And along with that, also the new report the chairman just produced, that's translated. The only thing needs to be done is to a thorough proofreading by other people, so we can move forward. So I'm looking confident in terms of spreading African internationalism as far as French is concerned. And I'm not sure if I did put it here. What we need to move towards is the work being done in African language. That's really what I'm looking forward to also this year, audio, video. I have not got a date, but I need to get the office just organized for 2 or 3 weeks. Then I have to propose make some suggestions to the Department for Hardship Park, how we're going to move on that. I will also work with other regional leaders to see what our possibilities will be to have these programs done in other languages. When I say other languages than Lingala, because now with our spread from South Africa to Chad, Ivory Coast, Tanzania, all these different places means we have access to more than one languages. So Swahili, Zulu, Twi, just to name a few. So we can do a lot of work in getting stuff in short audio video. So, and I don't have them yet as on the calendar, but we as soon as the office consolidates in the next 2 or 3 weeks, I should be able, to begin to say, to how we're going to move in terms of just having a calendar so we can begin to work on that. And the idea, for example, for the bilingual is to have it quarterly for this year, and then we can move bi-monthly 2022, and then we can move monthly 2023. So we have just to put things in place. Next, please. I forgot the tool. The tool depends on policies they're having on the coronavirus, and if things go well, then we're looking at end of July, if not September. But whatever date is, we will have to be. It has to be in line with what the Imperial Authority will be saying in terms of coronavirus policies. These I will have to work definitely with sign from Europe with the regional coordinator in Europe, so to see how we can develop throughout Europe. So we're going to have all the material, as I mentioned. If we have French and English material, that definitely will take you places in Africa, in Europe. And also, I want to see with the chairman's office and other offices like the director of Africa's for ASI, and the regional directors like in the Caribbean and so on, what kind of tool they can put in place, because you heard Comrade Enoch yesterday. He's going to be in and out of the island, so we need some kind of planning tool for the Caribbean, and so you can have in the best possible way. We need to get to Canada and other places where we know we have support or communities that are coming from some of the places we are from. We can open it up and things like that. I already mentioned Europe. We need to regain and gain new ground in Europe, outside the UK and France, and also outside London and Paris, so that we can be everywhere there is an African community. And we also want to expand in the French-speaking countries. That's one idea of doing like DCD, but it needs to be better organized so we can target particular audiences and make that happen. And with all the books, if they're printed, that will definitely open up new avenues for us. Next slide, please. Yeah, some of the challenges we're going to have. We say spread African internationalism, but we need to get to Portuguese and Spanish speaking. I know I heard a report from the chairman's office. I'm not sure if I heard something being done in Spanish, or it was the director Kilo, but I know somebody said something to that effect. So we need definitely to work out how we're going to do that. Last time I was in Venezuela, I had no material in Spanish about the spears with the platform. And some of the contacts, just send them the the many resolution that is in Spanish, but it's just good to have a lot of material in Spanish. Develop a consolidated Caribbean region, consolidate participation of all regions. Yeah, to go in South Africa, we need to be everywhere. We need to have regions in Africa in place. We need to have regions in the Americas in place, in Europe in place. That's really is the challenge we have in the next 2 years, because going to South Africa, it has to be a demonstration of power as well, in the sense that we can mobilize, we can set an agenda for the whole African nation to make that event the event everybody must look towards too. So
4 minutes.
1 minute. Oh, next slide, please.
4 minutes.
4 minutes. Yeah. Open up contact with Africans in the Pacific Island. I think I didn't mention that. Next slide. Oh, this is the last one? Okay. Yes. So, yeah, that's what it says, Vanguard up. Yes. So, where we are, basically, one of the priority we to begin with in this new year is to get my office to be an office with people in it, and looking at possibility even of having a convert to do, even if it's reduced part-time paid work, just to be able to do like morning work, part-time, something like that. I'm going to do that. But the most important thing for me is to make this year the year that the office is built. It has its protocol, it has everything, the policies, everything is in place, is in the forefront, not somewhere obscure, because this is going to be significant if we're going to overturn all contradiction, and contradiction are everywhere, bounds, contradiction in terms of recruitment, contradiction in terms of liberalism, all those kind of things. To be able to do effectively, I need to have an office, and I'm going to have an office. That's really what I want to say in this report. So we can move forward. And I just want to say once more, we appreciate the leadership of Chairman and all the Central Committee of the party, everybody who has done the work necessary to give African people this opportunity to overturn the verdict of imperialism. And we're getting there. So I want to say word. And that's the report for me. All right.
Uhuru, S.G. Loazy, thank you for that powerful report. You are supposed to introduce Chair Tafari at this time.
Yes. Uhuru, this is my honor, really, to do that. I would say briefly, we've been in and out of South Africa, and we made what you will be considered like the youth. In South Africa, the youth of the PhD wing, we had members in Europe here who you will consider as youth, young people, going to universities and, like that. And we went to Sierra Leone. We met also the youth, like that. And so in early years, it could be 2013, 2014, when I was in contact with Comrade South Africa, ASA, and Tafari, I was just struck by, I said, oh, these are young people. And I would talk to them. And I had no idea that this time we are looking at African working class youth based inside the African working class, who are trying to get, knowledge, organization, philosophy, so they can take on the mission of completing the Black Revolution. So I didn't know at the time. I was just excited, as usual, to talk to young people, particularly in South Africa. And we went to South Africa maybe 3 times, 2017 and 2018, and we met with the comrades on the ground. And I remember when I went in 2017, Comrade Tafari told me when he finished his studies, because he has to deal with these exams, he would take on the work. And that was a bold statement. You know, he said he would take on this work. I never forget that. And that was 2017. And by the end of 2023 years, and everybody can see the transformation that's taking place in the work to build ASI in Africa. And Director Tafari is playing a critical role in first getting a stable organization in South Africa and organizing from there to reach out to all corners of Africa where we have contacts, and with such success that if you see the exchange going on between Tafari and everybody's under his leadership, it's just amazing. So I really have a great pleasure to say, yes, we have found the African working class student or youth who are loyal to African working class and prepared to organize and bring our African working class to power. So please welcome Comrade Director Tafari, the Director of Organization of the ASI in Africa. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you. Secretary General Louise Kinshasa. Yes, as it has been said, I am Tafari Mukere, and I am the chair of the African People's Socialist Party, Occupy Tanzania, and the director of organization for the African Socialist International Africa region. So I am going to be leading the process of presenting on the our regional presentation that we have themed preparing the ground for the establishment of the independent African socialist state. Yes, so I can see there is a bit of an omission here on my screen down there, but then I'm sure we'll be able to figure something out. So I just want to go ahead and salute everyone who is here on this historic plenary of the African People's Socialist Party. And I want to send salutations to my leadership, Secretary General Louise Kinshasa, and the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, the ASI, the founder and leader of the Uhuru movement, Chairman Omali Yeshitela. And I also want to salute the deputy chair, Onazine Yeshitela, who will be making her way to Occupy Tanzania soon. So, comrades, I want to immediately say that on this presentation, I'm not alone. I am accompanied by my comrades from here, especially in Occupy Tanzania, but we'll be presenting on the work that we're doing across the continent. I'm here, and then we also have Comrade Secretary General Asa and Pooh, and then we also have from ANO, Connie Hutchison and Kilebukile Chauche, and from INPIDAM, or representing INPIDAM, we have Comrade National President Zakhele Mkondo, and then we also have the Director of Economic Development and Finance, Molifi Murosi, and the Director of Agitation and Propaganda, Mohau Letaye, so you'll be able to see them on this presentation. So Uhuru, next slide. Okay, I need to remove this thing here. All right, Uhuru. So 2020, Chairman Omali Yeshitela calls for the building of the ASI Africa region. As you can see from that picture, it's myself with my leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, SG Luwezi, and DC Onazine Yeshitela in 2018 when they visited us here. We dubbed this visit the Africa Must Unite Tour. And so I'm just going to read quickly a quote from Chairman Omali Yeshitela, and it says, as African internationalists, we do not respect the borders created by our oppressors for the purpose of dividing us and our Africa to facilitate the theft of our resources. We are Africans and Africa is ours. So this from last year's plenary report by Chairman Omali Yeshitela. And then I'm sure a lot of people that are able to view us maybe on the social media and whatever, they have seen us all the time. We always stated that we are not South Africans, we are Africans, and we want African people to be able to recognize that. Uhuru. Next slide. Uhuru. So I'm going to report briefly on the consolidation of my office. Since we are building organization and establishing the foundation for the independent African government, we have to be organized, like the chairman stated on the 2018 political report, that we have to be an organization of professional revolutionaries. So this has to be demonstrated even in the way we organize ourselves, by accommodating Africans that are willing to fight into the structures that we have established in the party. So it says here, building the ASI Africa Regional Director of Organization Office. So earlier on in 2020 or late 2019, Chairman Omale Shitela appointed me as the Director of Organization for the ASI Africa region. So what we have done after expanding in other parts of the African continent, we are able to identify a couple of people that could make up my office of the Director of Organization. So as the Director, that's myself there, Tafari, and we have Secretary Patrick, and Finance and Logistics, Comrade Angelique, and the General Assistant Abdurrahman Jallo, who is in Liberia. And then for media, we have Comrade Trufena, who is located in Kenya. So we have established this office, and we meet once a week to discuss and move the work forward for us to be able to do best in working to consolidate the party on the continent. And the office has moved to have its own independent budget, enabling it to function without being affected by limitations coming from elsewhere in the organization. So this is one of the things that we're doing to ensure that we build this office to capacity for it to be able to have its own budget, because the question of resources is essential in just being able to move and leave your house. You have to ask the question of how you're going to go to the next place, especially under living colonial capitalism. This is always an issue. So we have been able to establish that kind of account, and we welcome donations from that. We have actually had some kind of fundraiser and be able to raise some funds for this office. And then it says, Director Tafari, myself, I will be moving around the continent to support party building processes in various countries. The focus is on applying the regional strategy. So those that have engaged with last year's plenary report, as well as the report by Chairman Omale Shitela for this specific plenary, I'm sure you have heard about the regional strategy that the party has embarked on, and we have taken this on in terms of building the party on a continental scale. So on the next slides, I am going to show how we have initiated that process. Next slide. Uhuru. So I have just given you here the courtesy of the pictures of comrades that we're working with here. These are party members, party leaders that are distributed across the continent. But then we're going to focus on West Africa. And we have built the West Africa Regional Committee. And so we have selected a number of comrades from various countries on West Africa. And then for secretary, we have Comrade Abdurrahman Jallo, who is in Liberia, a young comrade who is a student over there, is a student activist, actually, as you see him there with his red beret and fatigue and so forth. So this is a comrade in Liberia. He's also in my office, but then also he is in the West Africa Regional Committee. And then we have Comrade JJ, whose first name is quite difficult for me to say. He is located in Ivory Coast, Cote d'Ivoire, and he occupies the position of recruitment and membership coordinator, because the question of recruitment is key, because we want to make the African Revolution, and we can't have the African Revolution without the overwhelming conscious participation of African workers process. So we always put recruitment on the forefront. Whatever we do, we always put recruitment on the forefront. So Comrade JJ is the one leading that process, and he's someone who speaks primarily French. I'm sure there's an African language that he speaks, but then in terms of these colonial languages, he speaks French, and he's learning how to speak English right now. And then we also have Comrade Afua Wola, who is in Ghana, and she's leading economic development. She's the economic development coordinator. And Comrade Afua is very dynamic, always on point, never forgets anything, always insists that we must be professional all the time. She's like authentic African worker, so always concerned about us waging a genuine struggle for African people. So I respect her and I love her a lot. Comrade Afua Wola is in Ghana. And then we on Comrade Molai Conte is also the chair of the APSP Sierra Leone over there. And if you follow Comrade Molai Conte on Facebook, I've been telling him to make his post shareable there. He recently, they hosted a watch party or a public viewing for this plenary for day one. And you saw there were lots of people that participated on that. So I want to salute him for that. And he is the vice chair of this committee. So as you can see there is no chair. So I function somehow as the chair because these are recently established committees. So we want to ensure that we have a cohesive process throughout these regions that we are establishing. So next slide. Then we also have the East Africa Regional Committee. And East Africa, we are looking at countries such as Tanzania, Kenya, Ethiopia, Uganda, and sometimes Zambia and so forth, and Rwanda as well. So we have comrades that are from there, and we have our meetings on a weekly basis. And for secretary, we have Comrade Viregwa Lugiesi, who is located in Kenya. And this is a young African woman who is an artist, and she's also someone who does filmmaking. So she does movies and so forth. So she's someone who has recently came in a few months ago, and she is in this committee. And then we also have Comrade Abene Paul Twesege, who is a comrade in Uganda, and he functions as the vice chair over there in Uganda. And I'm sure you are following the chaos that is there. So we're gonna have to build a strategy in terms of how we move in these different countries, because politically, it's all colonialism, but at the same time, how it expresses itself is it can be different, so we need to be able to adjust ourselves and apply different tactics for different regions where we have these neo-colonialists oppressing African people, And then we also have Comrade Shikoba Mdoye, who is located in Tanzania, and he is over economic development. He's the economic development coordinator for the East Africa region. He's a young brother who has came on and brought a lot of comrades from Tanzania, like specific, and also Kenya and so forth. So all these comrades that I'm mentioning here, they are very on point in terms of recruitment and winning people for the party with passion, And then also we have Comrade Stanley Mankuyo, who is also in Kenya, and I want to say the same about Comrade Stanley. That's why we actually placed him on recruitment and membership coordinator. He is someone who brings a lot of African people into the organization and insists that they fight to build the party in Kenya and these other places. So these committees will be instrumental in terms of building this regional strategy that the chairman has called for. Next slide. Uhuru. And then lastly, we have the Southern Africa Regional Committee. And mainly, if you look at it, it's mainly comprised of comrades who are here in occupied Tanzania, South Africa, and primarily because of the history of organization that we have we have over here. You know, we've been around in the movement, and actually we are children of the Uhuru movement. The chairman and the party has been preparing us for a number of years, you know, for us to be able to be the best that we are supposed to be. So, but then in terms of the Southern Africa region, we have countries such as South Africa, like occupied Azania, and we have Swaziland, Lesotho, Botswana, Namibia, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and sometimes Malawi, and so forth. So these are the countries that we're going to be targeting in terms of the Southern Africa Regional Committee. And I want to say, just in case I forget, comrades, so these are not some kind of rigid structures that we have built in terms of how we should perceive ourselves, you know. So we are not some kind of Southern Africans or whatever. We are Africans wherever we are. This is just applying strategy in order for us to be able to best wage this fight against colonialism, you know, and especially neo-colonialism. And so in this committee, there is myself there, Tafari, who is the chair of the committee. And we also have Comrade Asa Anpu. Comrade Asa Anpu, he is also our ideological head, someone who's always finding ways to like articulate the theory for us to better like digest it and be able to apply it in real life experiences. So most of us are students of ASA in terms of African internationalism. And then he is the secretary of this committee. He is also the SG of the party here in occupied Azania. And then we also have Comrade Mulifi Murosi, the scientist. He is occupying the position of economic development. He is the coordinator in that office. And I just want to say about Comrade Mulifi, he is someone who is always on point in terms of like, if we say we're gonna do something, he insists that we stick to what we said we're gonna do unless discussed otherwise. So he's always working by himself, taking individual responsibility for the entire movement. So it does not restrict himself to his own office. He goes beyond and try to help us in solving problems in these other departments and so forth, which can also be a contradiction itself, because we want comrades to be able to develop their own offices and for them to be built to capacity and be able to produce, to materialize into something real. So we embrace that, but at the same time, we have to build our own offices. And then we also have Comrade Zakele Mkondo, or Zakele recently Mkonza. He occupies the position of recruitment and membership. So Comrade Zakele, as I've said earlier, he is the president of INPIDAM here in occupied Azania, located in Mpumalanga. He has established the Mpumalanga branch of INPIDAM over there, so consolidating the party as well in Mpumalanga, which is one of the provinces here in occupied Azania. So that is it in terms of the regional committees that we have established here on the ASI Africa region. Hold on, next slide. So I'm going to report on just a recent event that we had, and quite successful and dynamic, the Black Power Summit. All of us know about this. It was called for by the chairman, I think in early December, for us to build these regional conferences wherever we are and address the concrete pressing issues that African people are confronted with, and they might want to have discussions around and be able to find solutions that are tied to the overall process of making the African revolution. So in terms of our region, we discussed on topics around land, labor and food production, neo-colonialism, African healthcare and wellness, where we invited Comrade Director Aisha Fields of the All African People Development and Empowerment Project. And we also had a discussion around foreign military bases in Africa. And the summit helped us to prepare for this plenary across the continent. So this picture that we have here is coming from Sierra Leone. This is actually from day one of the plenary. The comrades in Sierra Leone, under the leadership of Comrade Molai Conte, gathered in this venue here obviously with limited resources, but then we saw African culture there, African mothers sharing from the same dish, and children, and African brothers and so forth. So this is African internationalism on the move. So I want to salute Comrade Molai Conte over there and all the comrades that were able to pull together these public viewings, especially for day 1 and day 2 on the African continent. So this is something that was suggested by the steering committee for the building of this plenary. So it was very instrumental, and just want to salute the party for that. So Uhuru. Next slide. Right. So like we said, most of our work has been concentrated in occupied Tanzania, but now obviously we are now expanding throughout the continent. But I just want us to be able to discuss some of the work and victories that we have be able to have here in occupied Tanzania. So we're going to talk about our work, our 2020 work in occupied Tanzania, and our focus will be on the APSP, occupied Tanzania, in PDAM South Africa, ANO South Africa, the Better Life Association, and the People's War Campaign. So this is where you'll see the other comrades coming through to report. Thank you. Uhuru, next slide. Thank you. Right. So I just want to quickly report on the People's War Campaign. So we took up the People's War Campaign. So this was just in response to what the chairman had dubbed the colonial virus, which is known as the coronavirus or COVID-19, that is like always on every newspaper on every single day. So the party is always ahead because we have already identified the critical factor being imperialism in crisis and responding in all sorts of frantic like ways and so forth. So the party is always ahead. We never panic. We always have a plan. We always gather ourselves and discuss and establish the best response in terms of equipping the African working class to defend ourselves and to be able to wage a successful struggle in terms of destroying this parasitic social system. So the APSP Occupied Tanzania set up a local COVID-19 committee with the guidance of Dr. Aisha Fields. The committee mobilized communities via WhatsApp and on-the-ground outreach to prepare themselves for a potential outbreak. So this was around March, when we had only, like in terms of South Africa, just maybe less than 10 people reported to have contracted the virus. And these were European people coming from Italy and so forth that came back here. And then all of a sudden there was this outbreak. And later on, just a couple of days or weeks later, the government imposed a lockdown, and this had like dire effects on the African working class in particular. So they dubbed the colonial virus by Chairman Omali Shitela. The whole phenomenon was used by the South African neo-colonial government to attack the people. We refused to let the people to be defenseless. We were on the streets, going from shop to shop, meeting people on the streets. As you can see there from the pictures, we were on the ground ensuring that the people are never victims of this government. So everywhere we have an organizational presence through INPDAM branches. We help people get protective equipment and start their own backyard gardens to address the question of food security or insecurity in the midst of economic strangulation by the government. So actually, a lot of people, African people, even if they say there is 30-something% of unemployment and so forth, it's way worse than that, because what the ANC government does is they can report, or they can say we are rolling out job opportunities. They call them job opportunities, and then they give people some kind of petty jobs that will last for 3 months contracts. Then after that, people go back to being without having an income, and they record that as part of the job that they've created, and people fall in the states and so forth. So it's way worse than that. So people survive from hustling, from hand to mouth, finding means for them to survive and so forth. So this was affected by the lockdown that was imposed. I have to be a bit quicker here. So everywhere we have an organizational presence, through the INPIDAM branches, we help people get protective equipment and start their own backyard gardens to address the question of food security in the midst of economic stagnation by the government. So I am repeating the reading of that. But then those are the pictures. Comrade Tamsang Kosana, who is my comrade here in my branch, like handing out masks in the salons and so forth. We also had gardens and things like that. So I will end it there and just go into the next slide and welcome my other comrades. Ohoro. Okay.
Thank you. Uhuru Africa. Yeah. Thank you so much, Brother Chairman Tafari. First of all, I want to Mali Yeshitela, Chairwoman Deputy Chair Onazine Yeshitela, as well as Otatu Bezi Kinshasa for finding us. You know, I want to salute the entire committee that's in charge of the plenary, from there in the US all the way to here in Orange Farm in South Africa. You know, so we want to also appreciate Brother Karabu and the comrades from INPIDAM here. So I'm Asa Anpu, the director of the Better Life Association. Next slide. Yeah. So basically, next slide, please. I've already introduced myself. So we want to talk about the Better Life Association in terms of how it actually provides practical solutions in the lives of African people, because something that Chairman O'Malley had said in Tactics and Strategies was that, you know, politics must better life. So this has been an attempt to actually create some kind of contingent similar to UPDEP inside South Africa. Next slide. Yeah, so the way that we intended to create the nonprofit, I'm its director, and we have a committee that is, you know, working on making it successful. But the way that we've created the nonprofit is to make it a company as opposed to a nonprofit organization or a non-governmental organization. We made it a nonprofit company so that it can be able to maneuver through the South African legal and economic system. Next slide. Yeah, straight up. Uru comrades. So what we're talking about here is the organization itself has been able to do certain things in terms of being based on the health as well as economic development of the African community, as well as education of the African community, which includes skills development. So we want to talk about making programs for problems. We say that there are 2 projects that the BLA has produced thus far. Project number 1 is Apesanang, and project number 2 is Tutugani. Apesanang was basically a project that was about collecting clothes which were in good condition and selling them at 50 rands downwards. Something that won us visibility in the community because people got good shoes, jackets, shirts for ridiculous prices, such as 30 rand, 10 rand, 5 rands, you know, etc. The idea behind this was to end the wastefulness we were accustomed to with living inside the system, to win the people to a knowledge of recognizing that we could do for each other. SG Luezi, Tafari, and the rest of the party organized clothes from Europe and to the continent in order for Project Apesanang to happen back in 2018 and 2019. Apesanang will make a return possibly within the next year, but it has been put on hold mostly because of the COVID-19 issue. Project Tutukani is the second project of the Better Life Association. So how it functions is the association itself creates projects, you know, different kinds of projects for different kind of problems in the Black community. Project Tutukani is the current and even more impactful attempt by the BLA, mainly dealing with organizing our own unpaid labor force to get rid of the waste in the community, which is what can be known as employment. In this process, we began working on the research for this in 2018 and through to 2020, and formally began our own project on August 3rd, after months of outreach and trial and error. The project is flawless to an extent in terms of practicality, but then the only problem is the political situation, and has only gotten more efficient in terms of expounding our political theory in daily life, also uniting politics and economics, which is something that we attribute to Sister Ona Zineye Shitela in terms of their leadership of the office that she's leading. There is a need to spread the BLA across the country wherever we are as the party, so that there is a practical way to get involved in the people's lives. Next slide. Yeah, so this was a picture of what was happening in Fortville, as well as in Everton. You know, this is Project Tutugani, by the way, which is project number 2. So we built it in Bombela, Fortville, and in the Val, but we are starting to notice that actually projects cannot be the same everywhere, you know, so we need to be flexible in terms of how we move about this. Next slide. Yeah, so a plan of action, part of our plan of action this year is finalizing the BLA constitution, consolidating the board members of the BLA, registering the organization, assisting all NPDAM branches to establish project number 2 along certain lines, establish an economic strategy tied to the project, equip the organization to have the capacity to win people to the party, either as supporters or members. Next slide. Right. Uhuru, thank you, brothers and sisters.
Uhuru, thank you, brother Asa Ampu. I'm Zakele Mkondo. I'm the national president of NPDAM South Africa. Before I go to the report, I would like to salute Chairman Omalia Shitela, the leader and founder of the Uhuru movement. I would like to salute SG Luwezi Kinshasa, our chairman Tafari Mukeri, and also I would like to salute the NPDAM President Kalambayi Adinate, Uhuru comrades. So building the mass organizations of the party. So that is NPDAM and ANO. So I will be speaking specifically on NPDAM. So the importance of NPDAM is that it is an organization that is fighting for our democratic rights, such as not having roads, poor education, horizontal or vertical violence in our communities. So NPDAM South Africa has set the platform for the building of the mass organization across the continent. So that's the importance of NPDAM South Africa here in occupied Tanzania is going to contribute in expanding in the whole continent. So what we have done here as NPDAM South Africa is that NPDAM South Africa has consolidated 4 branches in 2 provinces and membership across the country, as Chairman Tafari has mentioned. Through those local branches, we have given political education, organizational education to the African masses. We have also, on the August, hosted the pre-convention conference that encompassed the whole continent, which demonstrated the potential growth of NPDAM in various countries here in occupied Tanzania. We have also, the next slide, please. Oh, yes, last year we have also hit the call by the chairman when he called for the whole Africans to respond to the brutal murder of George Floyd in America, to demonstrate against that attack on the African nation. The NPDAM did their part, which is to to support the party when the party went to demonstrate in Sentin to the US consulate in Johannesburg. The EPDAM members supported the party there to make our president that we don't accept the attack on the African nation, whether we are here in South Africa, in Congo, or in America. We made a statement there that we are one nation, one Africa. If they touch us in America, they touch us here in occupied Tanzania. So it was INPIDAM that was there showing that the organization can, the way it was created, it can be helpful to the revolution. So we made a statement there that we are charging South Africa for also doing the same thing here during the lockdown, because this secular colonial state also killed like more than 10 Africans here in occupied Tanzania during their lockdowns. We've charged the South African state because we've also charged the US state in America. We're charging all the state for killing us as the African nation. So I will end my report here, but what I would like to mention is I would like to mention challenges and goals or plan of actions that we plan to do this year. Firstly, I will go to the goals. So as INPIDAM South Africa, we have recently appointed the National Executive Committee. Under the membership and recruitment coordination, we have appointed Patrick Moloi, Information and Education Coordinator, Bongane Kweta, Secretary. We have appointed Kulan Ngosi. As the Vice President, we have appointed Chairman Tafari Mugeri. Also under the National Executive Committee, we have the Director of the Better Life Association, which is Asa Ampu. So this is going to be our national executive structure, which is going to implement and deal with the challenges we are facing as INPIDAM South Africa. So the goals we are setting for us is that we want to grow the local branches, expand where we are already located. For example, here in Mpumalanga, we are located in Bombela currently, which in a township called Plenary. So we want to attack the other townships and expand here we are located. We want to continue with the group studies and weekly studies to continue to train the Africans so they can be able to understand African internationalism. We also want to improve under agitation and propaganda, as we have appointed Bongane as info and education. We want him to play the role of making INPIDAM South Africa visible on social media. I'll go to the challenges before my term collapse. The challenges is that we are lacking access to Africans who are willing to take up the roles that are required for organizational, so we can make this professional that Chairman is speaking about. Another challenge is the colonial virus and the lockdowns, which has hindered our work here as we operate on the ground as the African internationalists here in occupied Tanzania. Another challenge is the access to the internet, and also the recent challenge that has hindered the work since the pre-convention is my health. I'm struggling with my health, but I will get there very soon, so we'll get back to work. Uhuru, comrades. Yes, can you go to the next slide? Yes.
No, that is the slide, comrade. Uhuru, is Gilebukile on?
Yes, Uhuru.
It's 20 minutes.
Hello, comrades.
Hello.
Uhuru Kelebukila, are you on?
All comrades, just issues with my camera.
Yeah, never mind the phone, ne? As long as you can see the slides, comrade.
Okay. All comrades, my name is Kelebukila Chocho from South Africa. I am the secretary of AMU. I will be doing the presentation together with Mr. Connie Hutchison. Before I start with the presentation, I would like to send gratitude to Mr. Chairman Omali Yeshitela, our president of ANU, President Yejide, and from the APSP, Chairman Tafari. Say that there is no such thing as African women in general. Uhuru, next slide, please. The 2020 March Pre-Convention Conference set us on a whole new caseless trajectory. At the Uncle Tom's Hall in the historic Orlando at Soweto, we occupied Azania. Dozens of African women and men gathered for the debut conference of the African National Women's Organization in South Africa. Out of the conference, resolutions were drawn for the then coming International Convention, and a leadership committee was elected from the membership. Since then, ANU South Africa has made itself present in various committees of South Africa. Besides having the same biological function as white women, African women share hardly any similarities in the struggle to be free from oppression. We say African women must lead. There is no such thing as women in general. Uhuru, comrades. Thank you.
Uhuru. Okay. Uhuru, I just want to say Uhuru to all African people and salute to the second plenary of the African People's Socialist Party. Uhuru to the leader and founder of the Uhuru movement, and Uhuru to DC Honor Zane Yeshitela. I also just want to shout out to my comrades right in occupied Azania, to our chairman Safari Mugeri, who's been working tirelessly to make sure that the movement stands right here in this country, and to my comrades who've been working with me side by side to make sure that we build annual and women sisters, to political life, so that we are able to determine how our lives will turn out. Next slide, please. So from the 5th Congress, the resolution that was made is that we have to resolve to train millions of African women to fight for the cause of African internationalism and for the full development of women as leaders, makers, and shapers of history and society. This is critical to, to the transformation of our Black communities. As long as African women remain in an oppressed state, even if we get our so-called freedom, it is still not freedom. When we say that the African nation has to be free, we mean that men, women, children, everyone who lives within the community. I know South Africa organized public political training for young African women in the townships. On the picture right there, we were in Everton West, and we were speaking to young ladies who were still in school, but they understood the conditions that African people were facing, and especially when we talk of the African working class and, their fear for their future when they look at the current situation in terms of their mothers, their families, their work lives and things like that, and the inability to make ends meet even though the parents are working. So they got to understand this, and we also got to speak to some African women who were there, and they were working for the state, but they were like an organization to patrol within the community and somehow try to help the police in terms of combating crime within the community. But we got to have a conversation in terms of actually where does this crime in the first place emerge from? It emerged from the fact that African people do not have access to their land and their resources and their labor. So when you don't have access to such things and you have to continue surviving on an everyday basis, what will happen? People will start engaging in crime, and then our communities will be unsafe and all the type of things, just making them understand that we have to deal with crime, yes, but when it comes to the safety of the Black community, we cannot speak of it if we don't first tackle the root, of the cause that we are in right now. African working class women need nothing short of practical solutions. Sorry, I can't see this. Okay, let me do this. African working class women need nothing short of practical solutions. It is from these engagements that we discovered the need for many projects that we are yet to implement. African women and the African community at large needs a lot of things. When we are talking to the young girls, they mentioned the issue of, menstrual resources in terms of pads and things like that. And we know that this is one problem that young African girls are facing everywhere where African people are, from North Africa to South Africa to the Americas to France, wherever we are. And we know that when we see such needs in the community, we know that NWO still has a lot to do. And also in terms of the economic situation of African women who are currently under the situation, mostly the sole, parents of children, and they don't have access to work, they don't have access to housing and all this type of things. And this year, from our POAs that we have drafted from our December camp, we have made resolutions to say that these things must come to an end, and some of the projects that we have listed that will help us to solve the situation is that Black women have to demand, for land. When we say that we're not just talking of, some land, somewhere. We're talking about the factories and where people plow and things like that, because we know that before colonization happened, African women were, the most ones were involved in the agricultural sector, and even today they are still involved, but under a capitalist situation they do not earn the benefits of their labor and things like that. So one of the projects that we will, and campaigns that we will be taking on, is that Black women demand land, and from these we will be able to come up with economic projects that will help us sustain ourselves and our families while we continue to fight for our freedom in our lifetime.
Uhuru, time, we have to pass the next slide, comrades.
Uhuru. Yeah. Next slide. Yeah. Okay. And was extending across the continent.
We need to pass the next slide, ne?
Yeah. We have to pass it. Okay, no problem. Uhuru and salute, comrades. Yeah.
Uhuru, comrades, brothers and sisters, friends and families, comrades and allies, wherever we are across the world. My name is Mulifi Morosi. I am the Director of Economic Development for the African People's Socialist Party here in Occupy Tanzania. I'd love to, express appreciations to the leaders of the Uhuru movement, the leaders of the revolution, Chairman Omali Shitera, for the tireless struggle against this system, and DC Honor for the work, the leading in the work, in the economic work across the working class, and also to salute SG Luizi. And also I'd love to express appreciation to my leadership here in Occupy Tanzania, Chairman Tafari Mugeri and SG Asa Anpu. We say that the African internationalism has proved that indeed politics and economics are one. So in the last political report, Chairman Omali Shitela indicated that currently the African People's Socialist Party, Occupy Tanzania, is planning.
We have 10 minutes.
Initiate the regional hub economic strategy. Hopefully, with the support of her office, we will soon be able to begin production. So now, as DC owner says, we are doing the damn thing. We're getting our legs and our feet and hands in the march. Next slide, please. So we are currently building. We have built a steering committee, economic work steering committee across the continent that functions and leading the economic work across the continent and within countries that we are available. We are found as the party, and we have we are building a lot of government. We want to build actually and working towards the building of a lot of projects, and one of them that we are currently working on is building of a garments factory here in Occupied Azania, Kagiso. We have already had renovations in the room that we have there that we are building. That we are going to be using to install our machines and be able to have production happen there, and we'll be having fabric and parts of the world, from around the world, and exporting everything. And next slide, please. So these are the pictures that we have from the renovation of the room to be used for installing our sewing. So you want to volunteer brigade Charwa, Masimba, and dual and contending power. Which is unlike any other kind of economic activities which tend to just benefit the petty bourgeoisie. So we are building economic and political power in the hands of the African working class. Next slide. Next slide, please.
Uhuru, can you please go back to the other slide? Previous slide, please. Uhuru Africa. I'd like to salute the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party and African People's Socialist International. I'd like to salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela for struggling all this talism, a system that drains life from Africa. My name is Mohau Litai, current Director of Agitation and Propaganda in the APSP Occupied Azania. I was moved to this office for the purposes of ensuring that the party's literature, ideas, and theory get spread in the process of winning members. With the party strategy being to consolidate cadre, content generation focused more on how the theory of African internationalism is comprehended by the early on in the work, because I realized that I needed to articulate how the emerging leadership here in Occupied Azania is contemplating and comprehending African internationalism. So a contradiction has been staffing concerning the production and distribution of content. That contradiction
5 minutes.
is being overturned with the addition of skilled comrades in Fani Maduna and Bongani Kweta. I want to talk especially of Comrade Bongani.
Membership recruitment and its lifeline at the organization.
Kweta, who has been... Next slide, please. Yeah, internationalism. In the years of 2018 and 2019, we had cadre school development intensives in Forgeville and in Everton West, in a community center. Representatives of this team have been selected and placed in Argentina.
Uhuru, technical team, is there anything that we can do to help?
Director Kida's department. We have branches on the ground. We have already... in terms of the technical team, I've been the only person who's been developed to do so, and they could be help in skills training in terms of the technical side of things and resources in terms of a device.
I'm asking if the technical team responsible for making it possible to hear you can help. I think that you're breaking up a lot. I don't know if I'm the only one having this experience. I think your report is so important. I don't want anybody to be able to miss it because of, unless it's absolutely necessary. Are there issues there, comrades, Director Akile? Is everyone else hearing this without the kinds of disruption I'm experiencing?
Uhuru, it just seems like a connection issue, which we can't really fix it from this end.
Uhuru. Okay, I'm really self-critical, comrade from Africa, for interrupting you. I just wanted to make sure that everybody had the benefit of the valuable information that you're putting forward. So I'm going to retreat now. Please go ahead and continue. And I'm going to say that we should, allow for my intervention in terms of the time that's available to this comrade's presentation. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Chairman, thank you so much for raising that. Our social media work is headed by Comrade Bongani Kweta, who's somebody I have weekly meetings with on Thursday, and we discuss things like the YouTube channel. Somebody who's skilled in computer programming. He'll be somebody who's developing a page for us, and it'll be implemented after the plenary because we want to use the content from this plenary, the video and the pictures and the content that we have from this plenary to put in the YouTube channel. Our posts have been received well in terms of our social media work. But the ones showing practical work where we go out and make a fundraiser and take pictures of that have been the one best received. And I would like to say that I will respond to DC owners' question about how to donate. I'll work with Comrade Director Mulifi on that. We are already engaged in this revolutionary activity through weekly studies that are taking place in different branches that we have, both in Everton West and Orange Farm. Uhuru, thank you so much, Mafrika.
Uhuru, can you just see the last two slides? I won't say anything about them as such. Yeah, so just in terms of prospective organizations, we will be working with Director Aisha Fields, and in terms of UPDEP, establishing UPDEP here, especially the Black Ankh, and also the APSC, the African People's Solidarity Committee. We have already started engaging with Comrade Chairwoman Penny Hess. Or next slide. Yeah, so this last slide towards the 2023 International Congress of the APSP in Tanzania. As you can see the picture over there of Chairman Omali Shitela in 2018 at the Congress, the 7th Congress. So we are just saying forward to the 2023 Congress of the APSP. Uhuru. Thank you.
Okay. Uhuru, comrades. Uhuru, thank you, comrades. Secretary General Luwezi, thank you, Tafari. Thank you, the leadership over there in South Africa and Africa, East Africa, wherever you are, striving to establish the party, striving to establish African internationalism. The work that you're doing over there is amazing. It's highly appreciated. Africa is ours. Africa for the Africans at home and abroad. We just appreciate you so much. So right now, we want to open it up for discussion for the brothers over there, sisters in Europe and Africa, the African regions. We'd like you to ask your questions, any questions that you have for the brothers and sisters over there that's working so diligently and hard, to establish, this African identity, the African ideology of African internationalism, which has been so profoundly propounded by our chairman, Omali Yeshitela. Please submit your questions right now. What you think, Malika, about those presentations?
I think the presentations were awesome, but even more so as we're waiting for people to send the questions in. I don't know if people saw the comment that the chairman put in the chat, and I was just gonna read it if I can find it. And it says, "Uhuru to all the incredible leaders and participants there at home in Africa. We know the difficulties confronting you under colonial capitalism at home where it all originated. You will never have to stroll alone. We are one Africa and one nation stretching across the globe, and we will win. We are winning. African workers of the world, unite and organize." Izwele too. That came from our leader right there.
That's right.
So send your questions in. This is tremendous. Chairman Tafari, we salute you, SG Luwezi, and all of those forces abroad that are making this work happen. We salute you.
I would have a question for Chairman Tafari, Director Tafari. How do you find the people in Africa, the people that you teach, that you bring this message? Are they very receptive to you when they learn of African internationalism, learn of the work that you're doing over there? Are they very receptive? How do they perceive what you're saying? And how do you see the work going there?
Uhuru, thank you for that question, Africa. Yeah, the African working class in particular are very much receptive of the theory African internationalism, because we are also quite practical about it, and explaining any issue that the people are confronted with, be it around the question of water. We always have water cards here, electricity cards, this so-called joblessness, people being unemployed, being unable to make an income. African internationalism sums it up in the most the clearest way ever that you can find out this. Just that people don't have access to this yet. So our work is to take it out there, build organizations. That's the best way. The more we build, especially the more we build units and branches, and have an organizational presence on the ground, like winning territory in other ways. That's when we get to the people. Instead of being there once, then we
Uhuru, can't hear the brother. Uhuru, Chairman O'Malley.
Yeah, because colonial Uhuru, Chairman.
Well, I hear Comrade Chairman Tafari. He's yeah.
Oh.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Chairman. It's just my data is just transitioning to another one, so it does that. So I bought twice. So, but I don't know where it cut me off. But the point that I was trying to make is, the question of educating the people has to go hand in hand with organization. Because we can go somewhere and have a rally or a study and then we leave. We may get 2 contacts, but then for us to win the people, we must establish organization branches. So our aim is to build branches in every community, across South Africa. We want to have impedance branches, the party units and so forth. And then when we are there, we are constantly engaging with the people. So what I said, I don't know if you heard this, but I was saying that colonialism does not give people a break. Like this ideological bombardment, TV, radio, you go to Facebook all the time. So we also have to be constantly engaged with the people. So we are advancing towards that. And I think as long as we're clear about it, we're going to make it happen. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrades, I want to thank everyone who has participated in this incredible presentation from the ASI in all of its totality. And I cannot again overstate the significance of the work that Comrade Luwezi has been doing for so many years, and he's moved to even help us develop the theory of African internationalism. And he has brought with him this organizational component connecting Africans from around the world, having come from the continent and having a firm understanding and relationship to the continent of Africa himself. And then organizationally, he has brought that, and then he has been able to wed African internationalist philosophy. I've noticed that Comrade Akile talks about how this spring, I think she said, but sometimes this year, we're going to be republishing Reparations Now. That's where Comrade Luwezi first met us, in that book that he ran into in a bookstore in Paris years ago. Even before he went to London, he saw this book and he said that is what helped the process of clarity for him. And I'm saying this because of something that Comrade Chairman Tufari has just mentioned in terms of the significance of putting down on the ground everywhere we can the ability to spread African internationalist philosophy. I think that's what all of the people under his leadership have spoken to, certainly right there in occupied Tanzania. And that's a critical aspect of the work that we're doing. I want to just really appreciate it. And I think that if you look at what we're doing in Europe, struggles notwithstanding, and what we're doing throughout the continent of Africa, we're seeing the severe limitations of colonial capitalism. And that's for true. I mean, on the ground, wherever we're located, when going among the masses of African working class, we see that the ruling class really doesn't have an ideological grip that strong, and its political strength is fragile as well. That's one of the reasons it has to be not only AFRICOM. Someone may have mentioned it, but in this process, that these neo-colonial states are simply extensions of the state power of imperialism. It's a part of the French state. It's a part of the British state. It's a part of the U.S. state. Then you have the United Nations. All of these are instruments of the state of the colonial capitalist of the world, and that's what's affecting us. And so it's fragile. But when you look around and then you see that with all of that, with all the resources, guns and things they put in the hands of the terrorist heads of state, with all of the guns that the corporations who function on our land have with them. They have armies sometimes larger than the local armies. With all of that, it's necessary for the U.S. to start beefing up things like AFRICOM. It's necessary for Macron crying that the rest of Europe won't help him keep Africans controlled in the Sahel. And they have a very fragile situation. They create horrendous contradictions for us. And comrades Tafari and Luezi, I just want to mention that, people don't necessarily know how to struggle. Often they know they have to struggle. I mean, even groups that started off trying to help the people were brutally assaulted by governments, and then they don't know how to go, where to go with it. They're philosophically unable to deal with it, so they become a Boko Haram becomes now a terrorist organization. And all these people trying to fight against white power in blackface. I think I've heard it said something like Boko Haram loosely translates to something in opposition to white education. That's imperialist philosophy. That's people recognize that white man, that settler, that colonizer has intervened in our lives in such a fashion that all his ideas work against our interests and stuff. So African internationalism takes it to them. It takes to the masses of our people a better understanding, and people want to fight. They don't end up in some kind of organization that can't go anywhere. We give them the capacity to engage imperialism right where they are, but engage imperialism connected with Africans all around the world who have the same mission as they do. And that's being something that's being manifest quite concretely, just incredibly courageous and brilliant young Africans. I mean, I can't tell you how excited you make me. You remind me so much of myself. I mean, I look at the pictures of you Africans in occupied Azania and Folkville and some of the other places that I've been with you, Alex, and other places. I can't tell you how it makes me feel in terms of recognizing that Africa, this is our time. And African internationalism has just been one of the missing ingredients in the organization that we're putting on the ground in Africa, in Europe, throughout the United States and the Caribbean. And I think every time we listen to these reports, we need to recognize that what's happening there is connected with what's happening in the Caribbean, what's happening in Europe, what's happening in the United States, and all the struggles that we have among ourselves are struggles to be as effective as we need to be in carrying out our mission in all these different places that we engage collectively. I want to salute you, Comrade Chair Tafari, just for your energy and enthusiasm and for the obvious need that you have for us to be free, and how that is seen in all of the forces who are under your leadership. And of course, I've watched Comrade Asaf of many a morning, who has been doing the brief political education clips, from where he's located, and it's just great work that's happening. And I'm told that by hunters, people who hunt, that it's possible to shoot a running deer in the heart, and that deer from its own momentum can run another 50 yards. And I do believe that this African internationalist intervention that that's been expressed in this discussion we've had now is an indication that imperialism has been shot in the heart, even as it continues to be able to stumble forward off the momentum that it's had in the past. That I truly feel that this is it, that we have overcome this monster, or certainly we're in the process of doing that. And the reports we had from you, comrades, was simply evident of that. And I just wanted to, again, just express my appreciation for that. And also, Comrade Luezi, we're going to build that office of yours And we're going to do it by using forces wherever they're located in the African world. We just got to know what's needed and how much of what's needed can be provided from other places, throughout the African world. So, Uhuru, comrades, thank you so much.
Chairman, thank you for that commentary. It's always insightful. We have a few questions came in. The first question was for Director Tafari, and a sister from Robin from Orlando, Florida, wants to know how are electoral politics in where you are in the Zambia.
Uhuru. Yeah, so electoral politics, that's the thing. That's what politics is. So when you say electoral politics, it's like, I don't know what they call these things, oxymorons or whatever, in terms of South Africa, because they can't see politics beyond like saying like, vote for me, I will do this for you, vote for me, Like even when Mandela was campaigning, he went to the communities, we will build houses for you. We will, like, it's always about treating, like, keeping African people in this state of desperation, colonized, material want, starved over resources, and then that is used as like this platform for for lobbying to get votes and so forth. That's what all the political parties, all of them, like the chairman has once said before, like one of the limitations of some of the political organizations that were once progressive here is that after 1994, all of them just wanted to be the better ANC, So we are different as the African People's Socialist Party. We're not trying to fix South Africa. We're trying to destroy South Africa so we can establish an independent, unified Africa, Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrade. We also have a question from Comrade Maytop from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. She says, Uhuru, what a phenomenal report from the African region. Would you mind expanding on the import-export question with the Kagizo Garment Factory Project? Are you familiar with that? The Kagizo Garment Factory Project?
Yeah, that's Kagizo. It's I don't know. DC Honor has their vision, for that project. Maybe she might want to intervene in terms of that, or maybe Director Mulifi.
Uhuru, did anybody?
Uhuru.
Okay. I didn't even see Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrades. So yeah, we want to build import-export. We want to be able to produce and reproduce our own material, our clothing, not just clothing. We want to also, goods and services that we want to also produce, because some of the most beautiful products that you see in the world comes from Africa, and they are made from Africans on the continent. So we want to start out with this garment factory, and we want to produce our own textiles, produce our own clothing line. So we're going to start small. We want to start with 5 to 10 sewing machines, and we want to hire people in the community to start making products that we can import all over the world. And also we want to be able to put products in our own institutions, such as Zenzele. We want to put them in our furniture stores. We want to put them all over the world. So this is just a starting point of us reproducing our own garments and different products in Africa. So we're really, really excited. Chairman Tafari they've located a building, as you can see in the presentation. They've started to renovate the building, the roofing, and started to paint. I'm just like really, really excited. And I know I can't wait when this whole pandemic is over so I can be putting my foot on the ground in Africa to work with these comrades. But we've been meeting now for the past month with the folks in Tanzania, Ghana, Sierra Leone, and in South Africa. Been meeting with these comrades, and they're really starting to take it on. But as you can see, even in this presentation, the communications is a problem that we have on our list to solve. We have to solve that, the whole question of, cell phone, internet, computer problems that we are experiencing today. we're going to solve all of those problems, and we're going to really take it on this year, in spite of the pandemic. And I'm just looking forward to, really building. And also Conrad Afua out of Ghana, who has been a leader there, since I've been in the movement since 2006. And when we go to Ghana, she's right there on the ground helping us maneuver and maneuver this process. And she has come on as economic development director in Ghana. So we're hoping to get her into South Africa to help push this project along as well. So we're moving it forward. I think right now in a really good way. We meet every 2 weeks with the steering committee that Chairman Tafari laid out, and we're just going to make it happen. And anybody that want to be involved in this process, just contact me or Chairman Malifi, who is the director over the entire steering committee, because Malifi is doing a outstanding job. You saw him in the pictures. Him and SG Asa was painting the inside of the building. These comrades are working hard, and we need to raise these resources so we can get these 7 to 10 sewing machines. We're going to be launching Yes, which is a nonprofit here in the United States, where we're going to be able to raise resources to supply school supplies and pay teachers a livable wage. So this is going to be part of the projects that we're going to be doing to help initiate all of this. So I'm like so excited. And if you want to be a part of this, contact myself, contact Conrad Malifi, SG Asa, and Chairman Tafari. We're ready to go. We're ready to go. Uhuru.
Let me just comment on that as well, because even though this project is centered, right now we're talking about in occupied Tanzania. We know stuff will be happening soon in Ghana and probably other places on the continent, but it's bigger than that. It's really an international project, because we're talking about the same thing Garvey was talking about. I mean, when Garvey these steamships and lines, he was trying to facilitate trade between African people all around the world. Mm-hmm. And so we're talking about setting up this small factory, garment factory. But this garment factory, in addition to being able to produce, I know in the beginning, small wages for the people who are working there, will also be producing products that will be coming to the Bahamas, that will be coming to Europe, that will be coming to the United States. And then when I say coming to these places, we're talking about sometimes with coming to our own institutions.
Yes.
It even inspires us now, because we've got production coming from there, to open up more institutions that can carry these products in various places, around the United States and other places. It offers up those kinds of possibilities. And then the resources are circulating, right? Going back to occupied Tanzania, where we improve our situation there. We enhance the ability of the people who are working in the factories in terms of their own well-being. And it may be that annual, and it may be that APDEP, and it may be that Yes will provide the educational process for the children of who will more than likely be women who will be working in the factories. So the potential here is just great. Yeah. And the other thing is that it takes us back to our Africa, in Africa, because the greatest assault that's being made today, like on African consciousness and culture, is on the continent itself. Because on the continent, that's where all the culture and everything is rooted. So they have to work harder there than in other places. So what has to happen? I remember being in Sierra Leone and meeting with one of the ministers there, and he was, kind of surprised to see me dressed in African clothing, and say he's got some too somewhere home. He used to be black too, right? So this is. So the thing is that African can be won back to a appreciation of ourselves. And guess what? It won't just be how it looked on the continent while it was there. it'll be all the swag that's been added to by African people all around the world. So it left Africa looking one way, and it comes back to Africa, with all these additions. So everybody will want to be wearing African clothing. That's the thing that may happen all around the world. Africans were doing that, you know, and so that's part of. It's a magnificent project.
Uhuru, and
Uhuru, 5 minutes.
And Uhuru, I want to say also, Dr. Aisha Fields has come on, Chairman Tafari, to the steering committee. I met with her last week, and she really wants to be involved in it. So she's coming on to the steering committee meetings as well. So I'm really, really excited about EPDUP and Zenzele being involved in this process. And we want to bring Uzi. We want to bring all of our institutions in, because this is how we're going to grow and develop them worldwide. And I'm just really excited.
If we have these resources coming directly from Africa to our shop right there in North St. Louis, right? Mm-hmm. Which means Africans in North St. Louis will have access to it, and money begins to circulate there inside our own communities too. Mm-hmm. It's a part of the whole struggle against gentrification. It's a part of the struggle for the dignity of African people. It's just a really profound opportunity we have here in terms of the whole question of economics that most of us don't. I mean, I think many of us don't understand. We understand dollars and cents. We understand that I need this much money to pay the rent and something to that effect. But the implication that it has for the uplifting of the entire community, how the community perceives itself, what the community is capable of now of envisioning for itself as a consequence of this kind of activity, is something that cannot be overstated. Yeah. And I'm hogging this discussion, so
it's going to be truly, the Buy Black Power campaign. This is really going to encompass this as well. So we want to get our import-exports license consolidated, so we can, be able to, trade, back and forth, and also get e-commerce set up where different people can, we can facilitate other Africans who have different products for sale. They can put their things on our e-commerce site and sell them from there. And then our nonprofit get a part, and then they get a part as well. So it's like a win-win situation. So we really gonna be growing this. And like I said, I'm looking forward to taking this on and working with all you comrades there in Occupied Tanzania. Uhuru.
Comrade Diop raised the question appropriately. How did he put it? He said, I missed the majority of the panel. Was there any discussion on struggle for democratic rights for the African working class in addition to the economic capacity being discussed now? And that is part of the overall discussion. And that's extremely important, because otherwise we're not trying to create an international capacity of a nation of petty merchants. I mean, that's not what we're about at all. Our objective is to negate imperialism, negate colonialism, and build a revolutionary party, revolutionary organization. And this tied close to it, not just democratic rights. Yeah, we'll fight for democratic rights. Yes, we're talking about things like NPDOM and ANWO, et cetera, but we're talking about building revolutionary cadre. And what we're looking at now in terms of economic work is something that revolutionary cadre will be responsible for, and that this will have to respond to the thrust that we develop for defeating imperialism altogether. And sometimes that will be through these struggles for democratic rights within the existing social system, so that we can get to a place to overturn it. But that's the objective, to overturn it all. So, Comrade Diop, we're not talking about this. In fact, even as we talk about the trip to South Africa that everybody's enthusiastic about, I would probably make that trip also, because we have to consolidate the party. We have to consolidate the fighting capacity of the African People's Socialist Party, build it, not just in Occupied Tanzania. And we may be able to do it anyway. That's a whole different story. And nobody has had an opportunity to get a question answered, because I've talked so much. And you talk a little bit too, Deputy Chair.
Yeah, but I just wanted to say too, the program that NPDOM is putting down there, that SG ASA is leading, That's part of that process that Diop is talking about as well, because anybody who has ever been to any part of Africa, but we're talking about occupied Azania right now. The conditions there are horrific. And this program that they're putting down, with the cleanup is so essential to, just the well-being of the community, to give people a sense of pride when they walk outside of their house and see that it's clean. So, this program is a very dynamic program that they're initiating now.
The Better Life Association, it is a good program, but the thing is that even as we do that, we have to be mobilizing the people where our community are being trashed. We have to be working to organize them to get rid of the vermin that's responsible for it. So the whole issue of democratic rights are not necessarily satisfied by cleaning up our communities. Otherwise, there are those groups who we know who despise revolution, who despise the party, and brag about the fact that they sweep the streets once a week to get everybody to go out and sweep the streets, and that shows who the hell they are. Because there's no place you live as a colonized African where the streets are not cluttered, where garbage is not located in somewhere or another. Talking about right there in St. Louis, they can't even get the damn garbage. You got the garbage dumps in every alley in the African community in North St. Louis. So getting that is not the solution unless it's a part of a process that's getting rid of the ones who are responsible for the inability to get that damn garbage picked up or getting it put there. And that's the whole issue of democratic rights that I think's been raised, and that, we have to constantly be aware of. Uhuru.
Thank you, Chairman.
Uhuru, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, DC. This is absolutely amazing, the work that we're doing to be able to feed, house, and clothe ourselves, to become that dual and contending power, to take over, to abolish this colonial system. Is just amazing. And I'm just profoundly proud to be a member of this organization. And I'd like to turn it over to my wife, Malika, right now so we can move.
Uhuru, this has been a great presentation. And APSP, y'all remember the song APSP? Are you listening? The chairman told us how all of this ties to what we're doing here in America and over there. So if you heard what he said, just drop in the chat. One Africa, one nation. And we're going to turn it over to our next vendor right now, the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. Drop it in the chat. One Africa, one nation, just so the chairman knows that we heard what he said. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru, Ali.
All right. Uhuru. Uhuru, Amanda. Uhuru. I just want to start off by saluting the African People's Socialist Party's historic 2021 plenary. I want to salute the chairman. I want to salute deputy chair, and I want to salute that incredible panel that just happened with Secretary General Lawezi and also Chairman Tafari. That was absolutely brilliant and so exciting. So Amanda and I are so excited to be here to show you all of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement merchandise that we have for sale. So Uhuru, Amanda.
Uhuru, thank you, Ali. So I want to echo those salutes of this profound plenary, our leadership in the African People's Socialist Party, and really salute that powerful presentation from the African Socialist International. That is a tough act to follow, but we're going to do our best. So the Uhuru Solidarity Movement is the organization of white people formed by the African People's Socialist Party that organizes in the white community for reparations to African people. So to see all the items that we're going to be selling today, you can go to uhurusolidarity.org/shop. That's UHURU solidarity.org/shop.
All right. So the first item that we have is our Uhuru Solidarity Movement t-shirt. This comes in white, like I have on right here. And it also comes in black that Amanda has on right now. This is an essential. Every Uhuru Solidarity Movement member needs to have this. You wear it on your outreach tables, at the local USM events, when you go to grocery stores. Just let everyone know what organization that you're a part of and that you support reparations to African people. And actually on the bottom of the USM logo, it says white reparations to African people. So, and Amanda, you want to talk about our next? Oh, and this shirt is $22. $22.
Uhuru. Thank you, Allie. And yeah, anybody can buy these shirts. This is the party's organization. So you don't have to be a member of USM. This is just an excellent shirt for every single person to wear. So these shirts are printed by Uhuru Planet. So Hallie talked about a few days ago that they have a wide range of sizes. I believe it's extra small to 4XL for this one. And depending on where you live, you might be thinking, well, it's way too cold to wear a t-shirt. But don't worry, we have the same design in a hoodie. So we have these excellent hoodies. They're very warm. These go for $40. And on the back, we have Uhuru Unity Through Reparations, uhurusolidarity.org written there. So these go for $40. And if you want one of these hoodies, again, go to uhurusolidarity.org/shop to place your order.
All right. So the next thing that we have is the Uhuru Solidarity logo enamel pins. Really beautiful, beautiful pins. You can take them, you can put them on your shirt. You can put pins yesterday. You can put them on anywhere, any clothing that you've got. So you can go ahead and get one of these enamel Uhuru Solidarity Movement pins, and these are $10. And then I also want to show you, which is the I Stand for Reparations Now, Solidarity with African People in the US and around the world, and it has our website on it. It's a really nice red button with the continent of Africa on it. It says, I stand for reparations now. So these are just $2. You can go ahead and go to uhurusolidarity.org/shop and get yourself one of these buttons.
4 minutes.
Thank you. So we have some other button designs. We have this classic Reparations Now button with the USM website on the bottom there. And then we also have the Make Wall Street Pay Reparations button. These are really excellent designs. And if you need a place to put all of these buttons and these pins, you can get one of these USM logo tote bags. These are only $10. And this is a really excellent item. It fits your Burning Spear newspapers perfectly, your clipboards, your contact sheets. So this is an excellent thing to have for when you need to do your outreach or any other errands. And that is, again, available on uhurusolidarity.org/shop.
And then we just have a few more things to show you. Another great item, something that sold like hotcakes at our last convention, is these Uhuru Solidarity wooden magnets. They're laser cut wooden magnets, handmade by our very own Hallie Murray. They're really beautiful, and these cost $10. So same website, uhurusolidarity.org/shop. You can go ahead and get one of these wooden magnets, just $10.
Uhuru, thank you, Allie. So the last thing we want to show you is these I Support Black Power bracelets. These are only $2. They say Uhuru on the back, and they are a great accessory to go with all of the shirts and hoodies that you're going to be purchasing today. So if you want any of the items that we listed, you can go to uhurusolidarity.org/shop. You can also let us know in the comments, and we will be able to reach out to you to get you the appropriate links and information to get that order to you.
Uhuru. So yeah, there's all those items, and There's also a few more items on our website, so you should make sure and go ahead and check them out. And this is all actually you're going to be checking out through Uhuru Planet's website. So we want to appreciate Uhuru Planet for that. So when you're done checking out the USM items, go back and search through, look at all the ones that Uhuru for sale that they showed on the second day of the plenary. So Uhuru,
and I want to salute some of the orders that we just got. Chairman Omali Shatella, 1 tote bag. We will get that to you. Thank you. Deputy Chair wants 5 bracelets. Thank you, Deputy Chair. 1 tote bag to Jesse Neville. And then 5 Wall Street pins to Mwambi. So thank you everyone for your orders. And again, go to uhurusolidarity.org/shop and we will reach out to the people that were in the chat. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Amanda and Ali. That was powerful. That was wonderful. We thank you. We salute the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, its leadership, Jesse Neville. Uhuru, the camera's off as well. Uhuru, comrades, just like to thank you, Amanda and Ali, for that report, for that presentation. We appreciate you very much in your leadership. Now it's always a great honor. It is my pleasure to introduce the African National Women's Organization, Building a Revolutionary Home for African Women. African National Women's Organization report by President Yesterday Orunmila. Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrades. Uhuru, I just want to preface my report by saluting the 2021 plenary to the African People's Socialist Party, the leadership of the African Nation, Chairman Omali Shatella, the entire National Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party, and the membership of our party and of our mass organizations. This has been an incredible 4-day event. I don't know anywhere else in the African world where this is happening, and to the scale of which it is happening, encompassing everyone from the Caribbean, in Europe, from Africa, from anywhere else that is participating from the Middle East. And this is just a great platform for us to talk about the African National Women's Organization, our work, our responsibility that was set upon us by the African People's Socialist Party. So again, I just want to appreciate everyone for participating in this event. So the name of our presentation, I'm joined by several comrades who will be also giving portions of this report. I'll give the main portion. I'm also joined by our membership and recruitment coordinator, Sayi. I'm going to get it right. Hold on one second. Sayi Nkumukar Kamba, formerly known as Carmen, by Umini for Earth, who is our Kijiji Child Care Collective coordinator, and with Coco Lewis, who's on the Decolonies team. So next slide. So in 2015, the party, which has established the African National Women's Organization, we had founding conferences in the United States and in Europe. They were days apart from each other. So after we finished with Washington, D.C., all of us flew over to England and participating in that. And Secretary General Luwezi, Comrade Pat, Comrade Kushinda, were all a part of organizing, along with other comrades who are in England as well. And the scope of us doing it in 2 locations was really to incorporate the internationality of our work, because African National Women's Organization, when we say nation, we talk about the African nation, not African national, just national to the United States, but the whole entire African nation. That's why it's not called African International. We like African National Women's Organization. We identifying the nation that the chairman and the party has identified as the question that we need to identify ourselves with. So in 2015, the party established the African National Women's Organization, and I was appointed as the president of this organization. Next slide. So our mission for the African National Women's Organization is to bring African women into revolutionary political life, to empower us economically, socially, and politically, to forward the interest of African people internationally through our programs, aimed particularly at the advancement of African women and to liberate African women and men from the customs and practices that serve to keep us subjugated. And our vision is to see African women embrace our place as leaders in the struggle and to end colonial oppression of African people worldwide. So although we are an African women's organization and we recognize that there are so many deep and profound contradictions and that are impacting African women, our goal is not just to be an African women's organization in name as well. We have to be a part of the entire African revolution. So we don't engage in a lot of the gender politics that women's organizations are usually engaged in. We engage in the question of dealing with the special oppression that comes as a result of colonialism. And so when we are recruiting African women into revolutionary political life, it means that we are recruiting them into the revolution that's going to free all African people, which in turn frees African women from the grips of capitalist colonial exploitation and oppression. Next slide. Our aim is to be the most powerful. Our mission and vision builds us up to this place where we will become the most powerful revolutionary organization, African women's organization in the world, where African women workers will learn of how to confront issues that limit or exclude our full participation in the forward progression of society. And we want us to be participating in the forward progression of our African national liberation. We know that issues such as women farm workers struggling to get paid for their labor, women and girls forced into sex work because of economic demands of life, women who are not able to have affordable childcare, women who experience domestic horizontal violence or state vertical violence, and much more are a direct result of colonial domination, under which we experience the position of being colonized. And so our labor and our resources are used to enrich our oppressors while the contradictions that they've created in our lives remain. And that's usually where a lot of the issues of African women stay, because we don't have an organization that's challenging not just the question of women as a result of women, but how do we destroy colonialism so that we won't have to ever deal with these issues again. Because this is the very nature of parasitism. In order for AMWO to become a powerful home for African women, we must find the ways to be present in the lives of African working class women, whether we are helping to overturn contradictions around childcare, like with our Uhuru Kijiji Childcare Collective, or being a powerful voice representing the interests of African women workers. This second plenary of the African People's Socialist Party, our plans for that work will be shown here in our report. We have POA set up and ready to go. And through the following year, this year and the following year, we plan to execute all of our plans and some of this work that we are, and much of the work that we have already started. Next slide. So I want to introduce to you our executive committee, International Executive Committee. Next slide. I'm going to show their faces. So first, there's me. I want to preface this slide by saying I am an African woman that fights for the freedom of African people with the special oppression of ending the special oppression of African women. And I was taught to do so by an African man. And I really just want to hold up Chairman Omali Yeshitela, because I always tell this little anecdote about when I was first approached to be the president of the African National Women's Organization. And I was like really not trying to marginalize myself. I felt like being the women's organization was something that I just wanted to be an African fighting for the liberation of my people. But, the chairman was somebody who was just like, he didn't say it outright. He kept giving me PE, political education. And the question of African women is so significant. It's not just my experience, how I feel. It's about what's happening in the world to African people. And it's our responsibility as a revolutionary organization to address those concerns and bring women into the full participation, participation in the African revolution. So my job as the president of the African National Women's Organization, I am the chief representative of the organization. I preside over the meetings of the International Executive Committee. I supervise and manage the international in the performance of their duties and exercise of their powers. I ensure and supervise the implementation of the AMWO's vision, our mandate of the conventions, and our conference resolutions. I initiate and maintain diplomatic alliances, united fronts, and international relations. When it comes to African women, I promote and advance the goals and policies and visions of the organization. And I take decisions in the best interest of the organization, with such decisions in due course being subject to ratification by the IEC or the International Convention. Next slide. The International Director of Recruitment and Membership is Carmen, sorry, I gotta say it right, I gotta get the paper in front of me again, Sayi Nkumkar Kamba, who is formerly known as Carmen Alexander. She is our International Director of Recruitment and Membership, and she develops the plan of action for annual recruitment internationally. That includes but is not limited to recruitment, campaigns, membership retention, and streamlining of the membership process. She provides training to our members on recruitment and the process for bringing in new members, and she organizes throughout the world to recruit new members and maintain the membership of our members. And so what this means, she's new to this job, but what this means is that she will be reaching out to everybody who's given reports internationally in order to make sure that we can put AMWO down where you are organizing. Next slide. Next is Umini for Earth, Comrade Umini for Earth, who is our National Uhuru Kijiji Childcare Collective Coordinator. She oversees and provides the leadership for the work of the UKCC National Subcommittee, and she works closely with the IEC. She's currently on the IEC and provides leadership for the work of the Uhuru Kijiji Childcare Collective satellites and cells, which you'll learn more about in her presentation. She develops policy and structure for the UKCC and trains UKCC participants on setting up and maintaining Uhuru Kijiji Childcare Collectives. These sisters have joined AMWO, you can stay here. These sisters have joined AMWO in the party a little over a year ago, but they have proven that, a little under a year ago, but they have proven that dedication to African internationalism provides the rapid development and confidence to step into leadership roles. They bring with their own skills that they've learned in the colonial world to an anti-colonial process. I'm super appreciative of their intervention. The goal for 2021, however, is to build out the IEC. These are not the only positions that are on our International Executive Committee. We want to incorporate, we want to get positions filled out for our Vice President, our Economic Development Coordinator, Information and Education Director, Secretary, and Campaigns Director. We feel these are really key roles that will help launch and continue to push AMWO toward our aim to be the most powerful revolutionary organization for African women. We are confident that we'll be able to do this through strategy put forth in our POAs, which you'll get to see in part of it in this presentation. And we'll plan on, getting closer to that in the next few months. Next slide. So our goals are to really bring African internationalism to African women. And what we want to do is take up space. Those of you who have organized around women in general or African women know that this is a highly feminist space. And what we've been tasked to do is a huge task, which is to lead in African internationalism, help African women understand that our responsibility is not to just get equality with African men, but it is to destroy the system so that we have the ability to get freedom for ourselves and all of our people. So our three-part goal is to organize African women into revolutionary political life by bringing them into the membership of AMWO. We are contending with the bourgeois feminist line of women in general. We are introducing African internationalism as the emancipatory solution for African working class women. That's our goals. That's what we're accomplishing. And I'm so happy to know that since 2015 to now, just looking at the quality of African women who are coming into our organization, we are winning on that front. So I'm excited about what we are able to do moving forward. Next slide. So this is going to be a couple of slides on what we've done in 2020. Next slide. So as you've already heard in the Africa report, We had a pre-convention. We are an international organization, so we have we had the pre-convention conference in occupied Tanzania, where Admiral Leader Connie Hutchinson, along with members of the African People's Socialist Party, hit the streets to reach working class African women and organize them to attend the pre-convention conference. Next slide. As a result of that work, we were able to consolidate an Occupied Tanzania Annual National Committee. Sisters gathered in Soweto in March 7th of 2020, and after a day of political education discussion, the Annual National Committee Occupied Tanzania was formed. And there's still more work to do around this committee, but we're really excited about being able to establish ourselves in Africa, because that's where the fight is going to be everywhere, but we want Africa as home, and we are, the fight to get African women into this work is so critical. And so this is a really major advancement for the African National Women's Organization. Next slide. Because of the colonial virus, as you saw, that Occupied Tanzania was in pre-conferencing before our convention, which was supposed to happen on March 27th and 29th in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It was going to be popping, y'all. It was going to be an amazing convention. The on-the-ground planning was so amazing. It was going to be a dynamic event. But because of COVID, we had to pivot. We had to pivot away from an actual in-person event. And we cannot wait until we are able to have our convention again in person. So we pivoted away from the in-person event, and we were able to carry out our program July 2020 on virtually on the internet. Next slide. So the COVID-19 brought in a few challenges and opportunities. So we threw our attention to how we can organize online in response to there's a couple things that were happening. Was the COVID-19 pandemic, and then is happening. And then there's the public police lynchings of George Floyd in the United States. People all over the place took to the streets to demonstrate our outrage at yet another display of state violence. And, this is despite the fact that there were all these quarantines in place, that people, the workers, African working class people was just like, this is enough. Not even the pandemic can prevent us from burning down these buildings, because we see yet another display of disregard for African life. But that's what it is in a parasitic system that doesn't value African people. And so, but we value ourselves. And so, it was up to us to really help move this question along. So for our political, democratic rights, but also so that we can forward the revolutionary objectives for our movement, which is to recruit African people, African women into the revolutionary political life, not just to get them out in the streets to activate around, burn over a car or protesting, but how do we get you to be entrenched in building your own, And so that was the work that we had to do, and we had to transfer that to online organizing because of the pandemic. Next slide. So here's a group of slides that shows, some of the webinars that we were able to do. We did Revolution Women in Health during the pandemic, which we explored, pregnancy, birth and reproductive health, et cetera, of African women. We did A Road to Socialism is Painted Black in April 17th with Connie Hutchinson, our annual leader in Occupied Tanzania. We turned to our membership to do Uhuru buzzwords, to provide political education by themselves becoming the political education. And we talked about African women and mass incarceration, among other things. I think we did a few other webinars, but those were the key ones that really focused on some of the resolutions that came out of our convention. Next slide. Harriet Sauter's book club, as you all know, I edit a column in the Burning Spear newspaper called Harriet's Daughters. And so we initiated Harriet Sauter's book club in Washington, D.C. as a part of our branch work. And before the pandemic, we would meet in person. But because of the pandemic, we took it online and were able to capture a broader viewing audience. Our goal with the Harriet Sauter's book club is to introduce books or titles that focus around African people, our liberation, open up discussion. it's been a really tremendous recruitment tool for us to see where African women are and see if we can get them into our work. And so we were able to build our branch out in Washington, D.C. because of these book clubs. And we expect to use this nationally or internationally to recruit African women into our work, because we want to transfer people from just reading about revolution and revolutionary acts to becoming revolutionaries themselves and engaging in the work to free ourselves and our people. Next slide. The police killing of George Floyd, which I mentioned earlier, was a huge factor in 2020. Next slide. I think it's a duplicate slide that I couldn't delete, so we're going to slide on past that. So our ANWO's presence, because of these uprests, while some of our members were able to participate in local demonstrations, we did not lead an organized street response. This is something I really want to push for in 2021 and beyond, is that we have to have active members participating in our work. We do have membership. We have members who have engaged, who unite with African internationalism, but African internationalism is a theory of practice. And it's not just enough to have these discussions and things like that. We have to be engaged in the work. And so while we did have people in the streets, our presence and our ability to organize ourselves to be in the trenches, organizing African women and redirecting their rage to revolution is a critical key component that AMO is working on moving forward. Next slide. So I talked about our 2020 convention and pivoting it online. That the theme of our convention was Sisters United for the Revolution. Next slide. With the invaluable assistance of Comrade Gaida, Comrade Malika, comrades, this comrade right here, who was really amazing in terms of her project management. Comrade, I should have wrote everybody's name down, but all my comrades who were involved in the coordinating of the Black Women's Convention. It was really amazing. The pivot was, again, a huge thing for us, and we really were trying to wait it out so that we can have our thing in person. But we had some successes for this convention. Virtually, we were able to collect 150 registrations. Our viewers, we were able to consolidate our resolutions. We had a dynamic 2-day online webinar, which was very new to us, a 2-day program online. We did, however, meet our recruitment goals and successfully establish the annual resolutions for us to work on in 2021 and beyond. Next slide. Our annual resolutions for birth and reproductive health, ending state-sponsored kidnapping of African children, horizontal violence, mass incarceration, our national headquarters. We want to establish a national headquarters, and economic development. Next slide. Following the convention, we organized our members into committees to carry out the resolutions. We recruited African women to join the party who became part of the interim leadership, which I introduced earlier, training in African internationalism with the expectation that they would join the International Executive Committee. Done. Continue to build our infrastructure is some of the key things that are flowing from that convention. Next slide. Our membership engagement also had, more than any other year, we were, we had way more membership engagement thanks to intervention of Saeed. And we just had more sisters who were engaged with us. We had meetings with them. So a lot more discussion to see where our members were. And I think, it could not have happened with a better comrade, with Saeed leading the work. And so the expectations that we can build on that and go beyond that is really promising. And we also recruited into committees. The work of AMWO is not just the IEC, it is the membership and the committee work. Like, this is the key components of what we do. It's not going to be led just by the IEC. Our members have to be engaged, involved in the work, the campaigns, to lead the African National Women's Organization and to lead African women to the point of our final conclusion, which is to have the African Revolution. Next slide. So the work that we are engaging ourselves in moving forward. Next slide. So we had two campaigns coming out of 2020. One was Face Off and Arrest CPS. Those were our primary campaigns that we were working on. So Face Off is an acronym for Fighting Against Colonialism, Empowering Our Felons and Families. Is African women, is focused on African women in prisons, provides support to families of incarcerated women and men, and organizing with the support of African women who do the time, who have done the time, along with incarcerated individuals. So it started off as a letter writing campaign, and our aim was to outreach to African women who were encircled in the prison system. Turn to Face Off. So our expectation was to build a national committee around prison questions to organize the sector of our community. However, the struggle to build a campaign in this committee met a roadblock due to capacity limitations. We had to shift to optimize our capacity from African women in our membership, to African women in our membership. As a resolution of AMWO, this campaign is never far from being renewed. We are still working on it, and we are working to build the committee that is necessary to move this campaign out of where it is right now to an actual actional front, of the African National Women's Organization. Arrest CPS, which is a campaign that we launched in 2017 to expose the state's role in the destruction of the African family by highlighting the lives of African women and children who have been victims of state-sponsored kidnapping, which presents itself in the colonial question of child protective services in the United States and Europe. And since the launch of the campaign, AMWO has organized responses for women in the US, in England, and Sweden. No matter where we are in terms of our organizing around this question, the attacks are the same. And so we recognize, we ran into limitations here too, recognizing that as a fledgling organization, and we hadn't built a committee for this either. We were organizing on the opposite end, where the sisters and children were entrenched in the system, and it was difficult to build the response that we needed in order to get them out of there. So we realized that we had to refocus to what the chairman is calling on us to do, is preparing ourselves to govern. And so we decided to incorporate Arrest CPS into the Uhuru Kijiji Childcare Collective, which provides us an opportunity to build an infrastructure which makes the role of the state void in our lives as African women. In this way, we are building dual and contending power, and we are going to prevent African children and African mothers from being victims of the state, while also being political and organizing around women and children who have been victims of the state. Next slide. So I talked a little bit about Uhuru Kijiji Childcare Collective, so I won't talk about this anymore because we do have a presentation on it, but I basically gave you the synopsis of where we're going with the Uhuru Kijiji Childcare Collective. Next slide. Our economic development project, the Colonies Here in Body, which you'll hear about a little bit more, has been our work in 2020. It was also launched in 2017 and has been a powerful economic development tool for the African National Women's Organization. We love the Colonies, the products are dope, and it's really proving to bring in the resources that we need. We want it, though, to be more powerful in our ability to help African women make resources, to help the African National Women's Organization make resources, and be a place where we can see ourselves in the independent African economy. So we're going to continue to do that by bringing you the best of the Colonies in 2021 and beyond. Next slide. What's next? Next slide. We are focusing on our Black Women's Convention 2021, which will likely be in July 2021. And the theme of our convention is One Voice, Many Fists. Thank you so much, Saeed, for that. And we're really anticipating this to be, to top our last convention. It would likely be webinar because we're not sure how the pandemic is going to pan out during that time. But we're going to be building that to incorporate African women from all over the world. Next slide. We are building, one of the contradictions with AMWO is our ability to, keep and cultivate African women in our work. And in the past, we've led in a liberal kind of way where we haven't really put forward African internationalism in the way that I thought that a mass organization could not do, But that's in the past, and that has been in the past for years. And so I think what we're seeing in 2021, 2019, 2020 is a qualitative change in our forces. And we are stepping that up because we are going to be doing an annual cadre development school for the members so that we can make them not just annual members, but party members. We want to recruit African women into our party because that's where we show out. You know what I mean? So I'm really excited about getting this started. And we have almost completed our curriculum, and we'll be doing the promotion and recruitment and to African women in our movement, African women in our part in our organization to participate in this cadre school. Next slide. Next slide. Finally, we are going to begin the cultivation of our national headquarters. We started last year, but it got sidelined a little bit because we needed to focus on the plenary. But we recognize that this is going to be an incredible opportunity for AMWO, not just as a facility, a home for African women, but a place where we can produce the colonnades is going to be incredible. And so our fundraising planning for the African National Women's Headquarters is starting this year, and we hope to launch our campaign in 2022, if not a little earlier. So this is what's next for us, in addition to building our membership that Comrade Saeed will talk to you about next. So I want to bring Comrade Saeed up to the podium. Thank you. So that she could talk to you about membership and recruitment. Who, comrades? You are on mute, comrade.
Okay, I'm on mute. Sorry about that. So thank you, President Yejide, for the presentation. That's a powerful presentation. And I just want to say how excited I am to be a part of this plenary. As was stated earlier, I am new to this process. It's been less than a year, and I can totally appreciate the African international theory, but this plenary has shown me the work that the leadership under Chairman O'Malley and Deputy Chair, which I salute and appreciate, that through their leadership that we're able to be here. So this has been very, very important and critical to me. So just to introduce myself, I'm Saeed, and I get used to my name, so to pronounce it, I don't want to hack it up yet, but I am the Membership and Recruitment Coordinator, and I'll be talking to you today about AMWO's membership and recruitment and the vanguard to the masses. Next. So I am Saeed. So my name changing ceremony was yesterday. So I'm known as Carmen in the colonial world. I am a current member of the African People's Socialist Party, and I'm also the member of the African National Women's Organization. Also, in my colonial life, I'm the Deputy Chair and Chief of Staff of 3 offices over 2 cities of a Black-owned organization. We work in reproductive justice, and I'm able to bring the African international lens into that world. As a matter of fact, yesterday I had an opportunity to coach an employee around a plan of action and also talking to them about liberalism. So I'm excited about that. I'm also a mother of 5 and a grandmother of 4, and also on the board of different Black-led organizations in the colonial world that I exist. Next slide. So today we're going to talk about membership and recruitment. It's the lifeline of our organization, and was dedicated to building a strong organization that is grounded in our membership program. We aim to highlight the key areas necessary for the success of our membership and recruitment. We will explore membership versus cadre, as President Yejide just mentioned, organizing, branch building, and their importance to the success of AMWO. Our growth is a global growth, and AMWO's reach will extend beyond the United States. We will expand our reach to the African continent and Europe. And AMWO membership is revolutionary because our members will be developed into cadre, which is a significant difference than so-called progressive thinking organizations in which people join for name recognition and lack the work and science needed for the true freedom. Next slide, please. Developing members to a cadre. Why cadre? because the cadre specializes in revolutionary work. The protest is personal and the work transformed to community. So as a cadre, you're not just showing up just to be showing up. There's a purpose for everything that we do. We see life through the lens of African internationalism. So I'm excited to introduce for us to introduce the cadre school, because it'll make me stronger and it'll also make our organization stronger. Next slide. Strategic organizing. We have been doing monthly organized online membership meetings because of the pandemic. Our goal is to increase membership by 50 to 100%. Base building builds Black power. So we want to have at least 20 to 30 supporters in each region. And we want to increase our base by 20% each year. We have experienced Zoom meeting burnout, which I'm sure everyone can relate to. So we have to be creative in how we organize. And so we've started doing outreach days, which is one was in Philly and one was in Brooklyn. And we're also going to implement a social media organizing plan to continue to engage our members across all of our platforms like Facebook and Instagram and YouTube. Next slide. Effective organizing. We want to have regular community educational and listening sessions, our regular scheduled outreach days, as I mentioned earlier. But again, we want to have effective organizing. So each outreach has an outcome. And each outcome has to be, in that outcome has to be a goal for financial goals and also a recruitment goal. We want to have a goal of recruiting at least 5 people to each outreach event. And also we want to have a goal to have at least 2 active campaigns for each branch and also for each region. We want to have a moving and a working organization. Next slide. The branch is the hub of our base. The branch is about recruitment and community. Branches are the education and economic hubs of the organization. And also it leads to global advocacy days around core campaigns. So one voice, many fists means that we're all speaking the same voice, no matter where we are in the continent, because we're all Africans. And when there's something going on over in occupied Tanzania, we want to speak that voice here in the United States. We want to make sure that we're advocating for each other, and that way that our voice is larger and and the power becomes ours as we go through the process of building branches. Next slide, please. Global branch building. We want to identify and train and contact into leadership roles for our regions of the party. At least 3 branches, at least 3 people are needed to build a branch. Extensive training and leadership opportunities. We want to make sure that we're providing training about political education in our communities. So the branch is where that will happen. That when people are walking past either a person who's a cadre, or if we have a central location where we meet, we want to be able to speak the language of ANWO, because we want to be the most, and not want to be, we're going to be the most powerful women's organization on the planet. So we want to make sure that we have extensive training and leadership opportunities, and each branch will have a working outreach plan so that we can grow. Next slide, please. Branch building starts with a membership. So if you want to come join the revolution, by all means, I just got a membership initiation. Somebody just joined again, or just gave us an initiation on a notice I just got. So sorry for the interruption. I just seen that. But here's how to join the revolution. You can go to anwohuru.org to join the ranks. A membership level is for everyone. We have Muthani at $5 a month. You can do Asada at $10 a month. You're welcome to be Ella at $25 a month, Harriet at $50 a month. And if you want to be a lifetime member, Desi is $84 a month. Thank you. Next slide. So to tie it all up, we're going to say Vanguard up. We want to continue to build relationships with our comrades abroad. We want to continue to create ways to engage with our base while we struggle through colonial virus. And we want to begin our cadre school to build political and economic power. Thank you again for this opportunity. And I'm going to pass on to my comrade, Umanifa.
Uhuru. Thank you, Comrade Saeed. What a beautiful name. I am Umanifa Earth. I would first like to salute our leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela and DC owner Zane Yeshitela. They are the engineers behind the Uhuru movement and the founders of the African People's Socialist Party. I also would like to salute our ANWO president, Yejide Orumila. She is the architect behind the African National Women's Organization, and I don't think she's saluted enough. So the Uhuru Kijiji Child Care Collective.
We are the Freedom Village Childcare Collective. That's what Uhuru and Kijiji mean. Freedom Village. Next slide. So the Uhuru Kijiji Childcare Collective, who are we? What is our mission? We're an African internationalist dual power institution of ANWO. We are a do for self institution. Our purpose is to take childcare out of the hands of the state. And we're organized by the African National Women's Organization to address basic and fundamental needs of specifically, though not exclusively, poor and working class African women who more than not are single women. With the sole responsibility of caring for children and for whom the question of securing help for childcare is difficult and in most cases non-existent. So the Kijiji, as I mentioned, is an African internationalist dual power institution of ANWO, and it was established in 2015 as a subcommittee for ANWO. The Kijiji Collective is an organization organized to address our basic needs. And this collective is designed to engage and empower and organize the entire African community to reassume the responsibility for creating a new society for ourselves, to be free, to be independent, self-governing people. So the overall goal is to support African women who are definitely the glue to holding the colonized African family communities together. And this collective will be the tool to train and organize parents, other members in our community to create cells around the world, and I'll discuss what cells are, a system to organize, educate, and inform and recruit parents into political life, and to also make them revolutionaries. Next slide. So the Kijiji has incorporated principles of unity. These principles of unity are designed to unify the collective and bring forth solutions to restore our power to educate and care for our own children. We're going to provide the understanding to our parent providers that they're not signing up for a babysitting service, but for a village. We're creating a collective in a way to solve our own problems. So we have these principles of unity, and I'll just go through them very quickly for the sake of time. But we're going to pledge, every cell, every satellite will pledge their commitment to build the childcare collective, which we know are the needs for African women. They're going to join as active participants because that is a requirement. We are going to agree to build a collective that recognizes that childcare for African women solves the problem that we face. We're going to agree to solve our disagreements through a collective discussion and persuasion, collective decision making. We agree that African women face a special oppression that's rooted in enslavement. Individuals will join the collective on a volunteer basis, that no part of the collective will be run by the state. The participants will agree that no legal suit will be brought against our collectives because the collective is the parents and we will be suing ourselves. And in this case, that if we were challenged by the state, that the members of the collective would rally. And so we agree on these principles. We're going to read them, discuss them, and they're voted upon and united in every meeting at the collectives. Next slide. Who am I? I am Umanifa Earth, National Coordinator for the Uhuru Kijiji Childcare Collective. I am a member of the African People's Socialist Party. I am a revolutionary mama. I am an ANWO member. I'm a homeschooling mama of a 6-year-old. I also have a 31-year-old son that I had very early in my life, a 29-year-old son, and I have 4 grandchildren. So I've been a mama for a long time. I'm an educator. So I'm an educator of preschool and elementary school age children, a birthing doula, a lactation consultant. My personal philosophy is shaped is to shape the future of our African nation, our children, provide revolutionary, sovereign-seeking, independent nation-building institutions for our children that is rooted in African internationalism. I'm a business owner here in Brooklyn, New York, and I'm the founder and director of Saving Our Babies Arts and Cultural Center, which is a nonprofit organization, and we have the Watoto Uhuru Shule, which is an educational initiative program that we also have, and we are one of 2 independent schools currently in New York that are not ran by any local city, state, or federal entity. So we are independent. The Uhuru Kijiji Child Care Collective is our way of giving the Black power, or giving power back, yes, Black power to our African families, taking back our resources, and it allows us to build our own economic and educational and political agenda. So the Kijiji will educate, inform, and recruit women into political life and allow them the opportunity to become their own revolutionaries, as mentioned earlier. Next slide. So we had a resolution that was incorporated in our constitution for ANWO. And the resolution of the African National Women's Organization at the 2020 convention that was held virtually online, which was what made me become an ANWO member, that convention. The resolution was to expose and combat the crisis of state-sponsored kidnapping of African children and to provide support and resources to African families who are victims of these attacks. And so this resolution also stated some of our statistics about our African families, which I'll mention. So with an estimated 67% of Mormon African children live in households ran by single African mothers and grandmothers as sole child caregivers, and they're locked into a severe social and economic political dilemma. The parasitic capitalist society has robbed African communities of its tradition of collecting and or collective living and individual childcare, which resulted in unnecessary isolating, preventing African women from full participation in their economic, political, and social life, creating hardship. And also African children represent only 13% of the US children population, but 23% of all children in foster care system. This number represents a disproportionality of 55%, meaning that African children are being taken at rates nearly twice their population size. So just some of the things in the resolution, we formed a subcommittee under ANWO, which will be responsible for educating our community by conducting our town hall meetings, speak out protests, which expose the nature of child welfare, the agencies and how it impacts African women and families. Our subcommittee also organized the Uhuru Kijiji Child Care Collective as our own response to child care welfare by building it as a dual and contending power institution to help our African women and our families, and that the Uhuru Kijiji Child Care Collective will allow the community the ability to resume the responsibility for all of its children and provide much needed collectives where all mothers and community members will come together to provide the collective child care of freeing up our mamas and allowing them to seek education or participate in liberation struggle to transfer their lives and the lives of our community. So this resolution was or is in full force, and in effect, it was in effect immediately upon its adoption and approval in the manner provided by the Constitution of ANWO. Next slide. So the projection is to start local and go global. Since we're focusing our efforts on this solution, following after the convention, what we have done so far is the following. We've organized local satellite committees in Brooklyn, based out of Saving Our Babies, the Arts and Cultural Center here. We've organized local satellite committees here and in DC, Maryland, and we recruited volunteers, and we started meeting every other Tuesday. Next slide. So African community control of our children. So we're building block by block through satellites and cells. This is what it looks like. Next slide. So the Kijiji cells will operate under the direct leadership of a satellite, the committees and cities where they will be located. So although the Kijijis operate directly under the leadership of the satellite, more than often not, the cells may be organized before the satellites. That can happen. They may, so there may be many cells in one city before there's a satellite. And in this instance, the cells will be tied to the National Steering Committee. So a cell is made up of 3 people functioning in any committee as a Uhuru Kijiji collective. Next slide. A key ingredient for how a Kijiji could look like. It could operate a few days a week. It could be situational every day. It can be facility-based rather, or home-based, evenings, care-based, educational-based, play-based. Depends on the need, the availability, and the availability of the parents and children, as well as the space. Next slide, please. So here is a model of our already functioning committees. Next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is the space here in Brooklyn, New York. So we have a headquarters based out of Saving Our Babies Arts and Cultural Center. This is the front of our building. I'm actually inside that building as we speak. And we are located in the Bedford-Stuyvesant area of Brooklyn. And we are functioning as an arts and cultural center. So this will be the headquarters for our Kijiji. And next we have like a quick video of some of the children that are here in our Arts and Cultural Center that'll also be a part of our Kijiji singing their freedom song. So that is just a little snippet of our babies in the space. You know, the plan is for this coming year, is to have Kijijis in every region, our northern, our southern, our eastern, our western regions. And then, you know, of course, global. We're in every country where we have ANWO and party members. So this is the Brooklyn Committee. I'm the local national project coordinator. We have Rosalind Inman, who is one of our volunteers, and she is our local resource coordinator. And then we have Banu Rodriguez. She is one of the parents, so she'll be the parent liaison and provider for the committee here. Next slide. And this is the projected model for our Kijiji. So we are going to function as free childcare, of course. We are facility-based out of here. We're going to have a curriculum, academic-based curriculum. African internationalism is, of course, our philosophy, for which all of our core subjects will be, the concept will come. Our story, not his story. Mathematics, African proverbial development, health and nutrition. We're going to have reading and writing and tutoring and agriculture and trips. And we're functioning monthly. So we're going to be functioning on the weekends from 4 to 12 hours per day. We're going to have a food resource, social emotional support for our families, counseling, substance abuse support, domestic violence intervention, and Arrest CPS is part of our campaign. So we're going to support our families in reunifying from the State Child Protective Services. Oh, next slide. DC. We have our meetings every 2 weeks, and this is our DC committee. The project director is Hada Diola. I'll just call her Hada. And outreach director is Peaches, Comrade Peaches, and she's also our secretary. And then the economic coordinator is our president of Anwell Yejide Rumila. Next slide, please. How to build a Kijiji. This is how. Of course, we would love for our parent providers to become Anwell members, but a satellite has to be built. This is the local part. You have to identify a location. So it can be 4 hours in a library multi-purpose room, or a sister who has a home, or it could look just like so many different models. We're going to target our individuals who have the need in our community. You see a sister pushing a stroller, or a mama in the laundromat. These are the individuals that we will introduce the Kijiji to. Establish meetings to organize. You must organize. You have to recruit parents, of course, and fill vacant offices for your satellites and cells. Consolidate community resources. Train our staff. We're going to have 15 hours of parent training per calendar year, which will include but not limited to first aid and CPR. Training for abuse and neglect, foundations of health and safety, first aid, CPR, and first aid. Those will be some of the trainings. Register your children, and then you begin to shape the future of a nation. This is how we're going to build our Kijijis. Next slide.
15 minutes.
Uhuru Kijiji Childcare, Uhuru Kijiji Childcare, we have kits. So you have to request a kit also in order to create a Kijiji. So in the kit will be a questionnaire, posters, flyers, registration form to get the demographic information of your families, the need. There's going to be questions about diet and behavior and just certain things that we need to know about our Kijijis, because screening will be a very important concept of the Kijijis. We're going to do inspections for the cells. So we're going to organize. We're going to have a training manual, 15 hours a year, as mentioned, policies and procedures handbook. We have to have policy and a yearly planner. And I also have a projected event for this coming year for all of our Kijijis, once we get those up and running, to have a virtual science fair as a collective for our children. And I love science. My family loves science. My daughter loves science. My husband loves science. So we're going to, a science for survival is what it's going to be called. And we're going to have all the children do virtual science fair for all of us. Next slide. And that is it. So this is the call for volunteers. Anyone that has joined our plenary, anyone interested in coming aboard to assist us and help us fill some of those vacant positions and get our Kijijis started on a local level and then a global level, please go to our website, www.anwelluhuru.org. We have a form that you can fill out to show your interest for the Kijiji. Again, I'm Umanifa Earth, the Uhuru Kijiji Child Care Collective National Project Coordinator based in Brooklyn, New York. And next, I will introduce my comrade, Coco Lewis, who will present the Decolonase. She is the National Retail Director for Decolonase. Uhuru.
You're on mute, comrade.
Sorry. Uhuru, thank you, Comrade Manifa. I just had a little technical difficulty, so I got to switch here while they switching over to our PowerPoint. There we go. Uhuru, well, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Comrade Umanifa, for the introduction. I am Coco Lewis. I'm the Retail Sales Coordinator of Decolonase Hair and Body. There we go. Okay, next slide for me.
Thank you. So, salute to our leadership, Yesterday, for launching Decolonize back in 2017. Decolonize is the self-sufficient economic project to support the work of ANWO. We bring the revolution to our customers. Emerges in politics with personal care, using quotes from revolutionaries and utilizing those images of revolutionaries on our packaging. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. So the mission and vision of Decolonize is we strive to create all products with natural ingredients that have therapeutic qualities. We strive to purchase our raw materials from African businesses whenever costs are effective. Successful growth of Decolonize brand would bring in resources that will allow the African women leaders of ANWO to be freed up to do organizing and work full time. It will also mean that we could develop Decolonize to a place where African women can become selling agents and benefit financially from our growth. In the spirit of Annie Turnbull, Pope Malone. In this way, we will follow the footsteps of Annie Turnbull Malone and Madam C.J. Walker with providing those economic opportunities for members and distributors. Next slide. All right, so this is the current Decolonize team. Is our leader, Yesterday. She's also she's the overall coordinator, but also, responsible for product and brand development. Myself as retail and sales coordinator, and then our social media intern, which is Naja. Next slide. All right, and we have to, of course, salute Deputy Chair Ona Janae Yeshatella for, her leadership, bringing Decolonize under Black Star Industries and helping us establish the LLC. Next slide. Okay, so in 2020, we learned was we became a subsidiary of Black Star Industries, became a business LLC, trademarked our name, applied for our first grant, and had grant writing assistance, received infrastructure training, which produced managers manuals, inventory control. We got our first volunteer, identification of the distribution centers, and our overall professionalism increased. Next slide. Right. In 2020, we created retail and distributor programs, which allowed anyone to sign up and order and resell our products. We gained our first distributors. We cultivated our relationships with our retail stores and distributors. We created a brand book that educates our distributors and retailers about the brand. We developed a retail kit for in-store promotions to help drive sales, develop new products. Testing phase will be launched in 2021. If you've seen the live sales yesterday, we introduced some of those new products, and we increased our sales by 65%, which is amazing. Next slide. Okay, if let's take a quick look into our brand book. If you can go to page 9 of the brand book. Okay. If you could flick through, go to page 9 or, yeah. So this is our brand book. It pretty much helped us determine our voice, define, what our ethos and also, it gives brand education to our retailers and distributors, and also helped us, with our grant writing for the grant that we applied to as well. You can pop on out of there. Right, excellent.
Mm-hmm. 5 minutes.
All right, so these are, pictures of our products. So, our ability to be sustainable, to be clean, to be revolutionary is reflected in all of the products and the labeling and the packaging of Decolonase. So we have our butters, which if you saw our live sales yesterday, we have 3 butters. We have Imperialism is Dying pudding, blacker berry, blackberry hair and body balm, rebel oil, liberation hydration mist, our African black soap, which is a top seller always, OG facial and body scrub, and I'm not going to even try Kupauku. Yesterday always have to correct me on that. And nettle salve. You can go to the next slide. All right, so our 2021 opportunities is we want to grow our team, and we have open positions needed. We want to get into additional retail locations, really not affiliated with the Uhuru movement, but we'll align with our our brand. We want to market through a mixture of in-store, personal reviews, samples, wholesale orders, etc. We want to make sure that we bring the revolution into, all homes, not just, people, because that, of course, expands the belief. We want to also win more grants. So, having more people on board that is able to help us, try to discover these grants, help us apply for these grants. Our production and distribution, as our demand becomes greater, our need to have a better workspace and be more efficient is important as well. So that goes back to what yesterday mentioned about having a, headquarters that will be able to share that production. Next slide. Okay, so if you're interested in buying Decolonase or becoming a distributor, or want to have a retail location that you want Decolonase in, you can go to decolonase.com to go ahead and purchase, and also sign up as a retail facility or distributor. So I'm gonna pass it back to my leader and comrade Yejide.
Girl, thank you so much, comrades. Other than, I'm always like giddy when it comes to ammo stuff, and obviously I have to be, but I'm just really, appreciative of all my comrades and all the work that they did to put these reports together, but more importantly, all the work they did to make the work happen so far. So we can close out this slide because I don't have any more slides, but thank you. We want to thank people though. So thank you so much. And as with everything, we recruit. So if you see yourself in AMWO, join today. Go to amwouhuru.org/join. And if you are a brother or somebody who is not an African woman who wants to contribute your skills, there is a section on our website where you can volunteer, fill that form out, and we will contact you because we're always looking for volunteers. And we can incorporate you into our interview process, which we didn't speak a lot of, but we will. That's something that's a part of our recruitment efforts. So thank you so much. This is the AMWO report, and we'll close it out. Uhuru, comrades, thank you so much.
Uhuru, comrades, thank you so much, President Yesterday, Umanifa, Sister Saeed. That was a powerful report. That's powerful work that y'all doing in the community. I was just amazed and thrilled by the decolonize, the Kijiji. You know, that's so powerful that we taking charge of ourselves, taking charge of our lives. It is just really awe-inspiring. I appreciate you, sister. I appreciate your committee. Thank you so much. So now we want to open it up. I know y'all got comments and questions about this powerful report. Is just so inspiring and just so, documentary of what we can do as a people, where we put our minds to it, what we can accomplish. So please come with your comments and your questions so we can get this moving.
Yeah, and President, yesterday I salute you because I came in through AMWO, so
That's right.
So this is right on, and just to see,
it's truly amazing.
Thank you, comrade. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Hold it together, Malika.
I'm trying. That's why I quit talking.
Yeah. All right. So I know you may have told the people already, but can you tell them again how they can get these products, where they can get them, how they can sign their children up for the Kijiji? I know a lot of people got to be interested in that.
Yes. So for the AMWO work, we encourage folks, if you are wanting to be a part of the Kijiji, we would encourage you, as if you're an African woman, to join AMWO. It's not necessary for you to join AMWO, but we want to encourage you to be a part of this process and be a part of the committee work that's establishing this, even if you are a parent in need of it, because that's where you're going to have like the voice. But we have it set up with our cells and satellites that you, regardless of whether you're a member or not, you'll be able to contribute your voice as well. So you should go to our website, amwouhuru.org, and there's a section on the website, if you go to our campaigns or projects, that says Uhuru Kijiji, and when you click on that page, there's a form that you fill out if you are interested in being a part of it in any way, shape, or form. The volunteering with the Kijiji is open to our entire African community. So it's African men, women, anybody in our community who have the concern, who wants to also build infrastructure for our people. So just go to our website to do that. And then to buy our products, go to decolonize.com. We are on the gram. We are on the gram for Facebook and for Decolonize and AMWO. So follow us on social media. We are on the Facebook for Decolonize and AMWO, and our handle for Decolonize is Decolonize, and our handle for AMWO, we are on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. We don't really use Twitter that much, but our handle is always the same, AMWO Uhuru, in all of those platforms. And just go to decolonize.com. We saw our orders that came through last night. They will be billed today. And thank you so much. Any questions?
Right on. President yesterday, so Comrade Halima says she can do the Asada level today.
Okay. Thank you so much, Comrade, for joining. Uhuru, okay. That's great. We're going to get you into our orientation. Yes.
This comes from Sister Circle on YouTube, and she says, greetings and give thanks. Love the information and energy. Sister Queens, great products and services. Thank you for sharing. Gonna need to order some of that shea butter.
That's right, girl. You will not be disappointed.
All right. And then Comrade Matope says, are the products discontinued for purchase of those who'd like to become distributors?
No, distributors is open, and it's probably obscured on our website, but if you just go to the website, scroll on down to the bottom, there's a link that says become a distributor. And if you are not already a distributor or a retailer with a username and password, there's a thing that says sign up, and you can sign up there. And when you become a distributor, you get all the inside before everybody else stuff. You get discounts, percentages off if you order 15 items or more. So be a part of our community. We want to really spread this out, and it's open to anybody to be a distributor or a retailer for the Colonies.
Oh, and she let me know that I should have said discontinued. I mean, yeah, discounted, not discontinued.
It's discounted, definitely. If you buy 15 or more products from us, you get a discounted rate.
All right.
Ooh, that's truly amazing. That's truly amazing. That's just, again, showing us how we are able to feed, house, and clothe ourselves, and we can provide top flight products to our people. And we say in the African People's Socialist Party, African women must lead. That's the reality here in this community, in this association, right? Because y'all doing the goddamn thing.
Yes, it's what the party calling us to do. It's cool that we have the colonnades and all of that stuff, and we are happy to have these products. And it's great that we have an organization in name, but the reality is that we need an organization in real life that is on the streets, that is creating change for African women, which is recruiting African women into revolutionary political life and hold an organization together. Because in order for us to become the revolutionary organization of African women all over the world, then we have to have you as a member, African women as a member, leading and being fearless. And no matter what you think your skill level is, I mean, we saw Comrade Carmen, she runs an organization and that's what she do to get money, you know what I mean? And she bringing all those skills to Anwar. We have Umanifo, who has her own business, who, for children, she brought that skill to the revolution. So what we're saying is that it doesn't matter what your skill level is, whether you are doing stuff already, bring that to the revolution, because we're trying to build our own. We are building our own infrastructure. And so all the skills that we're learning in these colleges and universities, Comrade Aisha always says, they're not ours. They belong to African nation. And so this is an opportunity for us to build, African women to build and bring their skills to the African revolution, because we have committees to build. We got work to do. The condition of African women around the world is detrimental, is really critical. And we got to bring our women out of these places that are many of them are locked in traditions that are backwards. And we got to fight through all of that. It's a lot of stuff to do. So, this is a call really for African women to be part of this work, not just as viewers and as appreciators, but as African women who are willing, to take on the work. And it's cool if you don't have the time too. I mean, become a member and we take your resources as your dues and we can contribute that to the revolution. But we really want you to become somebody who is leading and organizing on behalf of African women, on behalf of yourself.
Comrade Robin from Orlando says, I love the concept of the Huru Kijiji. Will the Kijijis have a fee?
Well, that depends. We are pushing for it to be free, but in some cases there may be fee-based, particularly if we want the children to do things, if it's education-based, if we need to get resources. And also we are looking at it as a way that we can look at our communities and our families. It may be a way for us to raise funds for women who may not have as much as another family, so that we can help them. So it really is based on the cell and the satellite, based on the conditions under which a cell or satellite is formed. But we are pushing for it to be free whenever possible.
That's so powerful, because that Kijiji, that's our children, our most valuable resource. And we have to groom them, we have to nurture them, we have to teach them that they're Africans, so that they grow up with this concept, they grow up with the knowledge that they can do for themselves, that there's no limitations as to what they can do as women, that's what they can do as children. And it's just powerful, sister, what you're doing, what your organization is doing. We appreciate you so much. So in the theory of African internationalism is so attractive that it attracts women from all different stratas of the society, and it brings them up, it lifts them up, and it's just a beautiful thing. And I appreciate that.
Thank you, Comrade. Yeah, so I answer for Comrade Umanifa. I don't know if she's at work, so I don't know if she's able to pop in and pop out, but I want to just be so critical for that.
Well, as we're getting ready I don't have any more questions right here, but as we're getting ready to close out this section and get ready to take our lunch break for today, I know that this issue about AMWO and the struggle for African women is very dear to the chairman's heart. So I want to see if he has anything he wants to add before we take a break on this particular section. Then we'll take a break.
Uhuru, before the chairman talks, pardon me. I also want to just say, Malika, I really want to work with you to establish this question of African women in prisons. And we're going to do it this year. We got to have that committee, and we're going to put it on the ground. This is something that is critical to African women, particularly in the United States, as the numbers grow. And I just don't want to jump off of here without saying that. Uhuru, Chairman.
Right on. We're going to get it done.
Uhuru, I wanted to salute Comrade Yejide and all of these incredible women, you know, and nothing that these sisters do surprise me. I'm sorry I have to say that, as brilliant as you are, because I had a mama. You know what I mean? I had a mama, and my mama knew everything, and she could do everything. And I saw other mamas where I grew up were living off stuff we weren't supposed to be able to live with. I mean, just doing incredibly miraculous stuff. I mean, that's one of the reasons I detest anybody who's adopted in our community some kind of political view that somehow women have to be in the background and can't do this and that. I know what women can do because I got a mama, I got sisters, and other, you know, women who've been in my life for forever. So I just want to say this is extremely powerful, and if there's anything that guarantees the success of this revolution, it's the women being able to fully enter into this, not just as helpmates, quote unquote, but as equal partners in this process. There's no doubt in my mind that it's over to the extent that we see that in women armed with the clarity of African internationalism and organization. And all of this, of course, happening under the leadership of the party, which gives African women, African people, organization across the globe. It pulls the nation together. And I think it was, perhaps it was Umanifo, you know, who talked about how, you know, women, you know, just being the whole foundation of the, in many ways, of the African nation. So I'm so appreciative of this. And I'm glad to see Annual really beginning to kick it, just like we knew it could. Uhuru.
All right. Uhuru. Thank you, Chairman. So, all right. APSP, are you listening? So drop it in the chat now. African women must lead, that we heard that. And we're getting ready to take our lunch break now. We'll be back at, I believe it's 1:35, and we're going to go into our presentations for this afternoon. Go grab your bite to eat, go whatever you need to do, and come back and join us for the second part of this final day of the 2021 plenary. Uhuru.